Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Watching a very strong storm here moving across the central part of Rapides Parish. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here until 8:15, but you notice you're starting to see a bit of a hook there on that southwestern, southeastern side of this particular system. And we're also starting to see a little bit of rotation associated with this as well. So this is going to be something that we'll be watching pretty closely here over the next maybe 15-20 minutes or so, as we might end up getting another tornado warning to pop up with this particular storm. Of course, Rapides Parish getting hit pretty hard during the last couple of days. And you can see there is a bit of rotation that's in place here right there to the southwest of Woodworth. So that is going to be moving there across that US 165 corridor there, and also could possibly move as far north as the LA 28 there over toward Alexandria. But Calcasieu, Elmer, Melder, Hineston, all of those areas. Otis is also within this particular area where we could see some damaging winds. And again, these are folks that got hit pretty hard. At this point, it looks like it may be staying just to the southwest of Alexandria. But if you folks live up there along the I-49 up toward Alexandria, you do want to watch out for this particular storm as it continues to move off toward the northeast. Again, there is some rotation being indicated on radar, and as you can see, let's get rid of that. As you can see, it is very close to the Fort Polk radar, so we are getting a good reading of what we're seeing in this storm, especially at the lower levels. Remember, the Earth is curved, but a radar beam goes straight, so the farther away from the radar, there's that tornado warning, and it's just now been issued. We'll go ahead and get you updated here. 8:30 is with this tornado warning will expire, and this does include the city of Alexandria. It's currently near Elmer, or 9 miles east of Hineston, moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. And you can see all the details right there. We are going to be seeing this continuing to move off toward the northeast. So again, we are seeing a tornado warning that's in effect now for Rapides Parish, and that is going to be in effect here until, I believe it was 9:15 was that. 9:50 or 8:30 is a tornado warning there as this moves off toward the northeast. So some of the communities that are in the way of this, Woodworth, you can see right in here. So that's going to be along that Highway 165 corridor. So it looks like Forest Hill is going to be moving, or just to the south of this, as this is going to be heading off toward the northeast. So again, if you live over there to around the Woodworth area, or anywhere there along and just to the west of that 165 corridor there. So north of Forest Hill, Elmer is where the system is right now. Fortunately, this is a relatively unpopulated area. A lot of the Kisatchie Forest, Castor Plunge is in that region there. So if you live somewhere along some of those forest highways that are there, or LA 488 is one of the areas that it's going to be moving very close to, and then starting to move into the southwestern side of Alexandria. So again, a tornado warning in effect there, and that is a pretty defined hook echo, and we are also seeing that rotation right there. So if you live in the town of Woodworth, there along the 165, you do need to take cover immediately as this storm is moving off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So you really don't have a whole lot of time to take cover. You can see how it's developing and moving off toward the northeast, a really good hook echo there. And again, south side of Alexandria, you are kind of needing to watch out for this. You are under a tornado warning for the entire city of Alexandria and also over toward Pineville as well. So please take cover if you live in those areas along 165, 49, US Highway 171, LA 488, and then getting a little bit farther to the south down to about LA 112. So any of those areas that are around Castor Plunge, Elmer, Melder, and then pushing into the southwest side of Alexandria, you do need to take cover immediately for this particular storm. Let's go ahead and kind of zoom out and see what else we got going on. We've got other thunderstorms that are starting to develop. The immediate Acadiana area right now has a lot of dense fog, so we do have some relatively stable air here for now, but that isn't going to last very long. You can see that these other thunderstorms are starting to take that supercell kind of a shape here, and they're all moving in the same areas. So that is something that we're concerned with, and just to keep you updated, the Storm Prediction Center rather is indicating that we've got some pretty decent chances for severe weather with a tornado watch that's now in effect until 3 o'clock a little bit later on this afternoon. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect a little bit earlier today. That is the severe thunderstorm warning that was there before the tornado warning came up. But I also wanted to show you that the Storm Prediction Center has a lot of central Louisiana in a level 4 moderate risk, with the northern sections of Acadiana north of I-10 in the level 3 enhanced risk, while down to the coast you're down to level 2, but still severe weather could move into those areas very, very quickly. Looks like we've just gotten another tornado warning that has popped up, so might not want to pay attention to the bottom of your screen right now as I'm trying to get these things updated. But another tornado warning that is in effect here, and this is going to be for parts of Beauregard Parish until 8:45. A severe thunderstorm producing a tornado near Oretta or near DeQuincy, moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. That is a radar indicated tornado. And let's go ahead and see what the velocities are saying here. It looks like we're getting a little bit of rotation there. That is actually coming out from the Fort Polk radar, but I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Lake Charles radar and see if we've got anything a little bit different there. Yeah, you can see the rotation there just to the north of DeQuincy. So again, along that US Highway 171, you do have a pretty good hook. That's right there, and that's pretty much where the rotation is. We'll look at the correlation coefficient. Not really seeing much in the way of what we would call debris in there right now, but this is moving off toward the northeast. So if you live in the central part, south central portions of Beauregard Parish, particularly there along US Highway 171, right around the DeQuincy area, DeRidder area, you do need to take cover, DeQuincy, you do need to take cover immediately. So if you live up, let's say, toward Oretta, and then maybe eastward over along the LA 12 to Ragley, or Longville along the LA 110 corridor there, that is going to be crossing your area and then possibly moving over to around Dry Creek and the LA 394 and also LA 113, and that should probably cross LA 26 a little bit later on. So we do have a significant system here that is developing with yet another tornado warning. So we have 2 tornado warnings that are ongoing at this moment. One is over central portions of Rapides Parish, which does include Woodworth and also the city of Alexandria. And then we have another tornado warning that's over central parts of Beauregard Parish. That is just to the north of DeQuincy. It's going to be crossing over the 171 as it moves off toward the northeast. So if you live in central or east central portions of Beauregard Parish, you do need to take cover immediately as this is going to be moving off toward the northeast. Let's kind of zoom in on this one once again, and I'm going to pull up the radar out of Fort Johnson because it is considerably closer, and you can really see how we're starting to see that hook echo kind of rotating around. And there's a look at the rotation. So you've got both of that. That's why this is a tornado warned storm. That hook echo right there with the possibility of a tornado right in this particular area. So if you do live in the Woodworth area, this is the region that it's going to be moving through, and you don't have a whole lot of time to take cover. But this is a tornado warning that will be in effect for another 17 minutes until 8:30 a little bit later on this morning. So if you live along I-49 or 165 or up to around 170, or rather US Highway Highway 71, that runs there just to the east of the 49. And if you live up toward Alexandria, you do need to take cover immediately, as this does appear to be a significant storm, possibly producing a tornado. And as far as that is, it's moving to the northeast at around 25 miles per hour. So again, we'll kind of focus in on that one particular tornado. There is the community of Woodworth right there. And if there's a tornado in this, it's going to be right about in this particular area. So as it moves off toward the northeast at about 25 miles per hour, if it holds together, it will be crossing US 165 as well as Interstate 49. So if you live in the central part of Rapides Parish, you can see this is still holding together as we just got the next update. There's still some rotation there. It doesn't look quite as defined as what it looked like just a little while ago, but we still indeed do have a tornado warning in effect for Rapides Parish until 8:30. So do keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and go back down here toward Beauregard Parish. And once again, I want to go ahead and pull up the Lake Charles radar because it is a little bit closer. And let's go ahead and look at some of the velocities on that. Again, yep, it looks like you still got some decent rotation here. And this is going to be be pushing just to the north of DeQuincy. So that's going to be along the LA 27. So if you live around Oretta and over to the east northeast to around Longville, around the 171 corridor and up towards Singer, and 110, 27, and U.S. Highway 171. If you live anywhere within that region, you are under a tornado warning right now, and this storm is going to be moving in your direction. There's a look at it in motion, and we'll just go ahead and give you a full zoom there. So it looks like DeQuincy, you're going to be okay, but it is going to be crossing. In fact, it's probably crossing LA 27 right now, and will continue to move off toward the northeast. So areas there northwest of Reeves along Highway 171, but north of 190 are also under a tornado warning, and also it looks like this is going to squeeze just to the southeast of Maryville. But the areas there right around Singer and Longville, I would be watching out for this very closely, especially along LA 110, which is a little bit farther toward the north. Still got 2 tornado warnings that are going on here at this hour. We do have a tornado watch that's in effect. Much of the area is in a level 4 moderate risk for today, with level 3 enhanced north of I-10 and level 2 as you get a little bit closer to the coast. And there's your tornado watch that includes the entire Acadiana region with the exception of the coastal parishes, and this will be in effect until 3 o'clock a little bit later this afternoon. So back over to the radar, we have 2 active tornado warnings that are going on at this hour right now. And again, we are going to be continuing to watch this as these particular storms continue to move off toward the north and northeast. They will bring some significant rainfall to go along with it. And we're going to be seeing the possibility of some tornadoes going through in those particular areas too. So again, take cover if you live in central parts of Beauregard Parish or central portions of Rapides parishes. So we do have that risk of severe weather that's going to continue probably throughout much of the day. So this morning, what we're going to be seeing are these individual, what we call supercells, moving off toward the northeast. And this is looking really interesting. I want to go ahead and go back and grab that Fort Johnson radar real quick. That way we got something a little bit closer there. And boy, you can really see how that thing is wrapping around. So the community of Woodworth, that is where this system is moving right now. So it should be crossing U.S. Highway 165 here very soon. If you live in the community of Woodworth, you need to be taking cover immediately. Let's go ahead and stop it. Let's check out the rotation. You still got some rotation there, but you still really have that classic hook echo that you're seeing here on the back end of this storm as it moves on toward the northeast. So if you live in the community of Woodworth, hopefully you are taking cover immediately. If you live in the southern areas of Alexandria, you probably want to be watching this very closely as well. If you're not already taking cover, you probably should be, because this is going to be coming in, and we're already getting some pretty heavy rain up toward Alexandria right now, and there could be some rough travel in those areas too. So a tornado warning remains in effect here for another 13 minutes, so right around 8:30 is when that one expires, and then we have another tornado warning here just north of DeQuincy for another 30 minutes. So this is going to be in effect until 8:45 over central portions of Beauregard parishes. So we've got 2 tornado warnings that are in effect already this morning, and this may be one of those days where we're going to be seeing numerous warnings because of the volatility of the atmosphere. Storm Prediction Center has a large part of the region in a level 4 enhanced hatched out for us, and the possibility of some strong tornadoes, EF2 or stronger, will be existing here. And you know that if you've lived here in South Louisiana for a long time, December sometimes does bring some significant severe weather events, and that's where we are right now. In the end of December, early part of January, we can certainly get some severe weather events, and that's what things look like they're shaping up to be right now, especially over the central and western portions of the region. But more thunderstorms are going to be developing as we go through the day. Right now along the I-10 corridor and then farther toward the south, we are in pretty good shape right now. I'll grab the Lake Charles radar just to give you an indication of what's going on locally. Just a couple of streamer showers here and there. We did have some severe weather earlier today, and we'll grab the Hammond radar too. So over toward Mississippi and the Florida parishes there east of Baton Rouge, we've already had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up, and a couple of tornado warnings too already. So again, we'll focus in on these 2 cells that are currently under tornado warnings, one until 8:30 and one until 8:45. The system that's going up through Alexandria is in effect until 8:30, and the one that's over Beauregard Parish is in effect until 8:45. Both of these storms are moving to the northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So if you live in this tornado-warned area, you do need to take cover immediately, particularly this system that's moving through a more populated area right now around the community of Woodworth, and this is going to be crossing US 165 as well as I-49. It does appear the rotation area might surge its way just to the south of the city of Alexandria, but if you live east of Alexandria, maybe over toward Pineville, and then maybe a little bit farther to the east into that northeastern section of Rapides Parish, right around LA1, you probably will get some of this as it moves on toward the northeast. So if you live along Highway 71, 49, or 165, there is a tornado warning that's in effect, and that will be eventually crossing the Red River. Right now, it looks like it'll probably move just to the east of Pineville. So watching this closely, though, over toward Alexandria, where we'll probably see a very strong system continuing to move through. A tornado warning in effect for that area until 8:30. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of try to get a couple of traffic cameras here up over toward the Alexandria area. In fact, right around what's an area called, it looks like Willow Glen, it kind of where 49 and 71 comes together. Not really seeing anything right now. I can't put it up on the onto the stream just yet, but it does appear that we've got at least some stronger winds that are starting to come in, but even there, as you get into the city of Alexandria, it doesn't look like the rain is too heavy just quite yet, at least on the south side where we would see some of this rotation. So a tornado warning is still in effect for yet another 10 minutes or so until 8:30 here. We've got a significant storm that's now moving near the community of Woodworth. There could possibly be a tornado in this that looks like there's probably some hail to go along with it too. So if you live near the community of Woodworth on US Highway 165 or very close to I-49 between Woodworth and Alexandria, you should be taking cover right now as you have a tornado warning until 8:30. I would not be surprised to see, because of the signature, that we're still seeing a bit of a hook echo there. Even though the tornadic or the rotation signature doesn't look quite as impressive as it did just a few minutes ago, I wouldn't be surprised if they went ahead and extended this tornado warning a little bit farther toward the northeast. Of course, Alexandria, you are still under a tornado warning. Even though the rotation part of this storm seems to be passing just to your south, you are going to be getting some significant rainfall as well as some very strong winds. Let's get back down here to Beauregard Parish. We have another tornado warning here that's in effect until 8:45. That one is moving to the north of DeQuincy. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Lake Charles radar once again so we get a little bit of a closer view. It also has that classic hook echo shape that we're seeing there in the southeastern quadrant of that particular storm. There is some rotation being associated with that as it moves right across LA 27, just a few miles north of DeQuincy. So this is going to be in Beauregard Parish, crossing LA 27 and continuing to the northeast, and it could affect areas along US Highway 171. This tornado warning is in effect until 8:45. So you've got another, or let's see, until 8:30, I believe, is when this one's in effect. No, for another 22 minutes. So 8:45 is when this one will expire a little bit later on this morning. So if you live in central parts of Beauregard Parish or central portions of Rapides Parish, you do need to be taking cover right now as these storms mean business. So what we're going to be seeing today, again, is before this other tornado warning popped up, is we're going to be seeing these supercell individual type of thunderstorms, these renegade thunderstorms that kind of run along by themselves and feed on themselves as they move off toward the northeast. A little bit later on today, I'm going to see if I can get anything out of the radars out of maybe central Texas, or perhaps we're going to see more of a line of thunderstorms associated with the cold front. So what you're seeing out here is the beginning of this cold front. So ahead of it, what we're going to be seeing are those individual showers and thunderstorms that could possibly bring some tornadic activity, these individual supercells. And then a little bit later on this afternoon, as that cold front starts to slide in, we're going to see more of a line of thunderstorms kind of racing its way across the region. So for this morning through about midday, a lot of these are going to be these spotty supercell type of thunderstorms. Right now, things are relatively stable along the I-10 corridor and then farther to the south as we've been dealing with some of the fog that's out there. But both of these cells that are in Rapides and Beauregard parishes will continue to move toward the northeast. Remember that level 4 comes down to around the 190 corridor, and that level 3 goes all the way down here to the I-10 corridor. So for us here in Lafayette, over toward Crowley and Jennings, Eunice and Opelousas, might need to be on the lookout because of that level 3 that's going to be there here over the next several hours. Wanted to show you that real quick. As you can see, level 3 goes all the way down to the I-10. That's an enhanced risk, a slight risk, level 2 from I-10 down to the coast, and then a level 4 moderate risk that covers much of central Louisiana. That would include Leesville, Natchitoches, Alexandria, and then over toward Natchez, Mississippi. Even Monroe is hatched in with that level 4. And remember, we've seen some pretty significant severe weather outbreaks with a level 1 and a level 2. So this one actually really means business, and we've got a tornado watch that's going to be in effect for most of the region until 3 o'clock this afternoon. The coastal parishes are not included in this, but I would still watch out, especially later this afternoon when that cold front starts to edge its way a little bit farther to the east. But virtually all of Acadiana is under a tornado watch now until 3 o'clock, and that would include a very large part of the region. So still watching a couple of tornado warnings that are active right now. One is still in effect for about 5 more minutes there over central parts of Rapides Parish, and this does include the city of Alexandria, although the rotation area looks like it's passing right now through Woodworth and possibly just to the north of Woodworth, and this is going to be crossing 165 and Interstate 49 before moving off to the northeast. Right now, it looks like the heavier amounts of rain, some gusty winds, and possibly some small hail could affect the city of Alexandria, as well as over toward Pineville, but right now it looks like the rotation area of this storm is passing just to your south, and hopefully it will stay over a relatively unpopulated area there south of Alexandria and move into the northeastern parts of the parish. Hopefully it will dissipate. Another tornado warning that's down here over parts of Beauregard Parish. This one's in effect until 8:45. This is right now crossing LA 27 and will be heading over to the 171 corridor there, and possibly up to, I believe it's LA 26 that kind of runs there between Oberlin and DeRidder. So if you live along 171, LA 27 or LA 26, you do need to be taking cover immediately. Back and forth we'll go to both of these tornadoes that are right now moving across central parts of Louisiana and western portions of the region. All of us are under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock. The Storm Prediction Center has most of the region in a level 4 or level 3 enhanced or moderate risk for severe weather, with the coastal sections included in a level 2. So again, most of the region is under a tornado watch at this time. There's the tornado watch. It'll be in effect until 3 o'clock, covering all of Acadiana with the exception of Cameron, Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes, but the rest of the region will be under that tornado watch until 3 o'clock later this afternoon. There's the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Level 4 for much of Alexandria, and then over toward Leesville and Natchitoches. Level 3 for us here along the I-10 and points northward to just north of the 190 corridor. And level 2 from Lafayette southward down to the coast. That does include Cameron, Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes. Even though you folks are not within that tornado watch, you still have a fairly high chance that you're going to see some severe weather at some time during the day. 2 tornado watches still remain, or tornado warnings still remain in effect. The one over Rapides Parish is until 8:30, and the one over Beauregard Parish is until 8:45. So both of those areas, if you live within that warning box, you should be taking cover immediately. I think the most potent of the 2 storms is the one that's up across central portions of Rapides Parish, and of course that's a lot more populated area that we're watching as well. So there's some significant rain and also the possibility of some hail that's now crossing over U.S. Highway 165 just to the north of Woodworth. And the rotation area is kind of spinning there to the south of Alexandria, but it may affect that area that's a little bit closer to where I-49 and 171 comes together. So still kind of watching some of the traffic cams that we've got in these areas. But so far, everything looks relatively quiet in those particular areas. But I'll watch that as it continues to move to the northeast. At this point, I'm not seeing anything that looks really significant, although most of the cameras that I'm looking at here do kind of focus in on the roadways. You can see the sky in the distance, but at this point, I'm not seeing any visible tornado in that particular area right now. And the camera that I'm looking at, I know that you're watching the radar here at home, but the camera I'm looking at is right about in this area here. So it's kind of in the direct path of where that rotation would be. And so far, I'm not seeing anything that looks that significant on that traffic cam, at least for right now. But I'll continue to watch this as we go through the morning. That tornado warning remains in effect for just a couple of more minutes. Let's get back over to the other tornado warning. Again, that's still in effect until 8:45. That one is lifting off toward the northeast. It still has a bit of a tornadic signature, a bit of a hook echo there on the southwest side of this particular, southeastern side rather, of this storm, lower right-hand quadrant rather, and that's going to be moving off to the northeast. It has crossed LA 27 north of DeQuincy and will continue to move its way northeastward and eventually cross US Highway 171 near LA 26. So a tornado warning in effect for Beauregard Parish until 8:45, and a tornado warning in effect for Central Rapides, including the cities of Alexandria and Pineville, here for just a couple of more minutes. We'll wait to see if they go ahead and extend this particular tornado warning, as it does still appear to have a bit of a hook echo there. Everything right now looks okay at the 171, or rather the US Highway 71 and Interstate 49 interstate interchange there on the south side of Alexandria. Again, kind of watching some of the traffic cams here behind the scenes, and got some bright skies and some light rain that's falling at that particular exit right now, but I don't see anything off in the distance that would indicate a tornado. But again, I'm only able to see a very small window there when it comes to anything that would be visible. Again, I'm watching a camera that's right about in here, so it's pretty close to where some of this rotation has been indicated on radar. Let's go ahead and go and look at the velocities once again. And it looks like the tornado warning is going to go ahead and expire now, and they're going to keep a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for Rapides Parish, because that new one has just popped up. That will be in effect now until, looks like 9:15 is when this particular severe thunderstorm warning will stay in effect. It is moving to the northeast at 25, winds over 60 miles per hour, and this is again a radar indicated severe thunderstorm. So right now it looks like that tornado warning is going to go ahead and expire, and a severe thunderstorm warning will take its place from now until 9:15 over central and northeastern portions of Rapides Parish. So again, that is a tornado, or rather a severe thunderstorm warning that will remain in effect for that particular area. So I'll go ahead and try to get that up on social media here real quick so that everybody can see that. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Alexandria, Annandale, over toward DeVille and Ball, and also Pineville will be in this severe thunderstorm warning, and that will be in effect until 9:15. So that moves off toward the northeast. I'm going to step back for a second. I'm going to update any social media pages, and I'll leave this channel running as we go for just a second here, and I'll be back. For now, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and you're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Live Stream. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 9 o'clock on this Saturday morning. We are watching a tornado watch that's in effect for a large part of Acadiana, including Alexandria, Lake Charles, Lafayette, and all cities in between. The only exception we've got there is Cameron, Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary. But you folks down to the south need to be weather aware as well, as some of those severe thunderstorms could possibly work their way a little bit farther to the south. Want to start out with the radar here, and we did have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings and a couple of tornado warnings already this morning. One was over in Beauregard Parish and one was up into parts of Rapides Parish. Both of those storms appear to be weakening. One that was a little stronger up around Alexandria was under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that has gone ahead and been dropped. And the thunderstorm that was over central parts of Beauregard Parish is just rapidly diminishing. So we're in pretty good shape there. So right now we don't have any warnings that are in effect for the immediate Acadiana area. We are starting to see some new showers developing there over parts of St. Landry Parish and into Evangeline Parish. And we're going to continue to see that developing through the course of the day. So right now there's quite a bit of fog that's still in place here over the central and southern parts of Acadiana at this hour. So the air mass is relatively stable, but it's going to destabilize pretty quickly here. And this morning we're going to be seeing what we call more individual supercells, which is kind of what we were seeing here over parts of Beauregard Parish, and then this cell that's up here over parts of Rapides Parish. Now, both of those have weakened, so we're in better shape there, but that's those supercells. They kind of run individually. It's not a big line of thunderstorms, so it's going to be individual cells that develop quite rapidly. We've got some rotation in the winds from the surface up into the higher levels, so you could get those thunderstorms rotating fairly quickly. The air mass is going to destabilize, and we've got a pretty significant amount of fuel to talk about there that's in the atmosphere right now. So at this point, we are still looking at a tornado watch that's in effect for much of the Acadiana region, with the exception of the coastal parishes. But the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center is showing a level 4 moderate risk over much of Cenla, and then northern sections of Acadiana north of I-10, and a level 3 enhanced risk with level 2 down to the south over the coastal parishes. So even with New Iberia and over toward Abbeville and Cameron and into Morgan City, even though you're just in that level 2, keep in mind the number of severe weather events that we have had when we've had a level 1 or a level 2 that's in place. So you're in level 2, and we've got 3 and 4 that's covering a good chunk of the state, so you can't let your guard down over the southern sections of the region. So what we've got going on is we've got kind of an upper trough that's moving across and a surface feature that's going to be developing over northern Texas. So in the meantime, what we're going to be looking at right now is we're going to be talking about the possibility of some severe weather with more of those supercells that are going to be kind of in that particular area there. But then we're going to see more of a line of thunderstorms kind of coming in with a frontal boundary a little bit farther down the road. So that is going to be something to watch out for a little bit later on this afternoon, and going into the early part of the evening hours, we'll probably see those heavier downpours starting to come in. This is all part of an upper trough that's moving across the midsection of the country through the Red River Valley. And again, very unstable air is in place over Louisiana. It's more the upper level stuff that's going to get things going early this morning. And then later this afternoon, that frontal boundary will start to come in a little bit later on, and that's what's going to bring a better chance for those bigger thunderstorms. So as we look at the radar here, I want to kind of go over here to the west and kind of zoom out. You can see that there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are out over central Texas. That's the line that we're going to experience a little bit later on this afternoon and into this evening hours. So those are going to be kind of more organized in a straight line, and you don't get as many severe thunderstorms coming in with that individual line as you do when you get some of these individual cells, these supercells that are going to be moving over across Cenla and into portions of Mississippi. So right now, everything is pretty much quieted down, at least for right now, in the immediate Acadiana area, but we are going to be seeing some of those supercells developing a little bit later on this afternoon. But do keep in mind that we are still under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock a little bit later on this afternoon. So that is going to be the case where we're going to be seeing these severe thunderstorms possibly throughout the day today and going into the early part of the evening as well. So a tornado watch in place, and we also have that level 4 and level 3 risk of severe weather over a large part of Acadiana, with level 2 going down to the south. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll keep you updated throughout the morning, and if any new warnings break in, I will jump in here and give you the play-by-play as we go through this morning. Again, this is the Acadiana Weather Today Severe Weather live stream here on YouTube. Thanks for joining me. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Saturday coming up on 10 o'clock here in the morning, and we've got a severe weather event that could be taking shape across the region this time around. So this is something we'll watch fairly closely over the next several hours. Had a couple of tornado warnings earlier today. One was up in Rapides Parish. The other one was over into portions of Beauregard Parish. But this morning, things have calmed down a little bit, but we are starting to catch a little bit more rain now here in Lafayette. Just some isolated showers that are starting to fire up now. We'll take that Lake Charles radar real quick and show you. But the air mass in this particular area is going to be destabilizing here fairly quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some more showers and thunderstorms starting to develop coming from the south and lifting off toward the north and east. But the bulk of the severe weather, I think, here for about the next hour or two may be kind of forming in this particular area. So we'll watch that region. So Vernon, Beauregard, and Calcasieu parishes, you need to be aware of what's going on here as these thunderstorms will be developing. Look at North Louisiana. Go ahead and grab the Shreveport radar, and you can see there are some hefty thunderstorms there, severe weather going on, and we'll take the Jackson radar as well. And this is where we've seen a little bit more of the supercell activity maybe over the southwestern portion of Mississippi and then down into the Florida parishes as well. There's the Hammond radar, which shows you've got some pretty decent thunderstorms starting to push into Tangipahoa Parish, then moving off toward the northeast into portions of southwestern Mississippi. So right now, most of the Acadiana region is fairly quiet, but we are going to be seeing the possibility of additional thunderstorms coming in a little bit later on as we go through time. We do have a tornado watch that's in effect here for a large part of Acadiana. The only exception is Cameron, Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes, but you folks are still under a level 2 slight risk for severe weather according to the Storm Prediction Center. But along and north of the I-10 corridor, it's level 3 enhanced, and into Cenla, you're talking about level 4 moderate risk. And we're kind of more concerned about that area between Leesville, Alexandria, and then up to around Natchez, Mississippi, and then pushing up toward the I-20 corridor. But we've seen some significant severe weather here in the Acadiana region with just a level 1 or a level 2, and most of our areas covered under a level 2 and 3. So there's a really good possibility we're going to have some more severe weather coming in as we go through time. So early on, we're going to be seeing the possibility of severe weather with more of these individual cells that will be approaching, kind of pulling out of the Gulf of Mexico and lifting northeast. And then farther down the road, there's more of a cold front that's going to generate a line of thunderstorms over Texas, and then that will start to slide in here a little bit later on during the afternoon. So we've got thunderstorms in our forecast today. Temperatures are going to reach the mid-70s. It's pretty sticky out there, and once the sun starts to break through a little bit, that should help to destabilize the atmosphere. But we do have some better conditions coming up as we go into Sunday and Monday. Partly cloudy skies Sunday, a little drier with temperatures around 70, a little cool Sunday night as we drop down to 50, and then back to 72 degrees on Monday. It looks like it's going to stay mild into New Year's Eve. New Year's Day, though, we'll probably catch some colder weather to start to slide in as well. So one last look at the radar before I let you go here for a little while. We've got some showers that are developing here over Lafayette Parish. Had a little shower at my house, and now that's kind of moving up to 49 up through around Carencro. Nothing severe there, and we don't have any severe weather currently happening over the Acadiana region at this point. But for the next hour or two, I'm going to be watching this particular area here for the possibility of some newer thunderstorms to develop and kind of take that northeasterly direction at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. And with those thunderstorms that we had this morning that generated some tornado warnings, those were some classic supercell with hook echoes and all of the rotation that we would need to issue tornado warnings. And those were occurring when the air mass was just starting to destabilize. So as we go through time, I wouldn't be surprised to see more of those types of thunderstorms over the Acadiana region, and then a little bit farther down the road we'll start to catch some of these more of the line of thunderstorms that's out here to the west that will start to push in here a little bit later on this afternoon and into this evening. So still watching just some individual showers that are developing over the region right now. At this point there is no severe weather, but we are under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock for all of the Acadiana region, with the exception of the coastal parishes this time around. Well, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's live severe weather stream. I will come back at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock with another quick update, or if any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings are issued, I'll jump in right away. But again, a tornado watch is in effect until 3 o'clock. And much of the region is under a level 3 or level 4 when it comes to the severe weather outlook, with level 2 down toward the coast, which is still fairly high for much of the Acadiana area. And we will see some significant storms coming in as we progress through the day. Stay with us. I will be back at the top of the hour, but of course you can check in with this live stream whenever you feel like throughout the day. And if you wouldn't mind, share this with your friends on social media to let them know that I am here and I will be watching over these storms over the course of the day. I'll see you in a little while. About 11 o'clock, I'll come back. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. As we're approaching the 11 o'clock hour here, we still have some widely scattered showers that are out across Acadiana. Earlier this morning, if you missed it, we did have two tornado warnings. One was over in Beauregard Parish, and one was over in Rapides Parish. That was well before the 8 o'clock hour, going to 8 to 8:30-ish. Time frame, and for the last several hours things have significantly calmed down, but I do expect things to start to ramp up once again. So let's just kind of take a little radar tour here, and this is the area where I think some of our newer, more supercell type of thunderstorms are going to be developing here over the next couple of hours, anywhere from Vernon Parish all the way down maybe to Calcasieu and then eastward over into this particular area. Crowley, Eunice, Mamou, you're going to be kind of on the eastern edge of this, while the rest of Acadiana and Allen, Jeff Davis, Rapides, Vernon, as well as Beauregard and Calcasieu will probably see more significant storms starting to develop as well. We've also got some other spotty showers that have kind of fired up here. Nothing looking too interesting right now. We'll go ahead and take the Hammond radar to kind of take a look at some of the stuff that's coming into St. Mary Parish and lower parts of St. Martin. There's pretty good cell there. It's north of Morgan City, and that's going to be moving over the basin areas through Pierre Part and then pushing over into Ascension Parish a little bit later on. Assumption and Ascension Parish coming up here in the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, as we go back out here toward the west, again, we've got some of these spotty showers that are started to roll their way along US 171 and LA 27 there between DeQuincy and over toward DeRidder. Nothing severe at this point. You got a couple of pop-up cells here right along the 165 in portions of Allen Parish, and some of the showers are continuing to move a little bit farther to the north into portions of Rapides Parish. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Fort Johnson radar, give us a little better idea of what else is going on. You can see a pretty good line of thunderstorms coming into the Shreveport area, and you're starting to see a little bit more of a line starting to fire up here over portions of eastern Texas. And then we'll go ahead and take the Houston radar real quick. And you can see you got a couple of lines of thunderstorms that are being generated right now, one west of Houston, including a tornado warning there over the northwestern side of Harris County over there in Texas. And then you've also got some pretty significant storms that have developed here over the hill country over toward Austin as well, and that's going to be moving eastward. So we've got a couple of different things that are going on that are going to help to generate some of the severe weather that we're seeing here across Acadiana. And we've got some upper level energy that's there right now, and then we've also got that upper level energy that's going to continue to try to bring a little bit better organization of some of these thunderstorms. So right now, ahead of our frontal boundary, what we've got of these supercellular type of thunderstorms that will be developing, and then later on this afternoon and into the evening hours, the actual cold front will come through. And I think there will be a pretty good line of thunderstorms that will be right along that. But those are not really the ones that I'm the most concerned with, as I am with some of the supercell thunderstorms that we're looking at for later on. Now, the Storm Prediction Center has a level 4 moderate risk for a large part of central Louisiana, and that does extend down into Beauregard, Allen, Evangeline, and northern parts of St. Landry Parish, but even an enhanced risk level 3 occurring now all the way down to the I-10 corridor, with a level 2 that goes down to the coastal sections. At least at this time, the coastal sections are not included in the current tornado watch, but all of the rest of Acadiana is, and this tornado watch will be in effect until 3 o'clock later this afternoon. Again, as we're starting to see a few more peaks of sunshine coming in, some of the upper level dynamics are starting to get into shape here as well. And we've got a low level jet that's going to come screaming in here off the Gulf of Mexico, probably starting within the next 2 or 3 hours. As the atmosphere starts to warm up, it gets a little bit more volatile, and you can get that low level jet stream to get going. And you've got some turning with the winds versus height, where we got more of a southerly wind at the surface, and then that turns a little bit more westerly and then more northwesterly as you get up higher in the atmosphere. And that's what can help to generate some of those rotating thunderstorms, and that also helps to get some of the showers and thunderstorms to produce these bigger winds, and also the possibility of some tornadoes. So again, a real quick look. Everything is relatively quiet right now. And I think we're going to stay okay probably for at least the next hour. But then once we start to get into the afternoon hours, I think things are going to start to ramp up. Also, don't forget, Cajuns are going to be playing a little bit later this afternoon, I believe at 1:15. But they're out in Albuquerque, and they're going to have a pretty nice day there. Some sunshine with temperatures probably in the lower 50s as we get into the game time. But you can always watch that game and then kind of check in with Acadiana weather today with some of the storms. That way you're not interrupted either way between the game or any of the severe weather coverage. You can maybe watch the game on television, or you can keep Acadiana weather today on your phone. If you're not planning on watching some of the games, one of the ways that I like to enjoy Acadiana weather today's live stream is I just cast it to one of my televisions, especially when I'm not doing the play-by-play. It's just kind of like old school Weather Channel local forecast with a little background music there that will show the radar and all of the tornado watches and anything else that might be there. And then what I'll do is I'll jump in at the top of the hour or whenever any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings are issued, or if something's looking interesting like a warning might be issued. We had that case come a couple of times on Thursday when we had some thunderstorms that looked tornadic, but there were no warnings associated with it. But we were on there kind of guiding you through those thunderstorms, and that's kind of what I'll be doing throughout the day today. So up until the top of the hour, I'll continue to keep the live stream running. It will go into that loop once again. If there are any changes, I will jump in right away and let you know what's going on. And you can also pay attention to the bottom of the screen if there's any kind of other watches or warnings that might be posted. But if any tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning pops up, I will be jumping in right here on YouTube with the play-by-play there. And I'll try my best to get the social media pages updated, especially when I get some of these warnings. It might be a little more difficult to go back and forth to pop those warnings up on social media. So if you really want the latest information, you want to go ahead and keep checking back in with the Acadiana Weather Today live stream. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I will see you at the top of the hour at 12 o'clock. And if I see you before then, it will most likely be a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning. But do keep in mind a tornado watch is in effect for all of Acadiana until 3 o'clock later this afternoon, and a really good chance that we'll be seeing severe weather throughout the day, as we still have a level 4 moderate risk and a level 3 enhanced risk over the northern 2/3 of Acadiana, with a level 2 slight risk going down to the coast. I'll see you in about, 55 minutes or so at the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and you're watching Acadiana Weather Today's live severe weather stream. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. It's high noon here on a Saturday, and we're still watching some showers and thunderstorms developing. So far, we've been okay for the last couple of hours when it comes to any severe weather. But for the most part, we're just looking at some scattered showers and perhaps a few thunderstorms. But as the air mass continues to destabilize, we're going to be seeing even more showers and thunderstorms coming in. Check it out. We've got a pretty powerful line of storms that's out to our west. That will kind of merge in as we head into the afternoon and early evening hours as a cold front swings through the area. So ahead of that is where we're kind of expecting some of that supercellular type of activity to develop with more individual renegade storms, kind of like what we saw earlier this morning over parts of Rapides and into Beauregard parishes where we had tornado warnings out before the 8 o'clock hour, very, very early this morning. But the air mass continues to become even more unstable, and we'll see more showers and thunderstorms kind of developing. And you can see they have these little shapes with a little bit of a hook echo here, kind of like this. These are these classic types of, even though these are just showers right now, you can see the shape of some of these. So they have the potential as they move a little bit farther to the north. The air mass over North Louisiana is extremely unstable right now. So that's where we'll see the better chances for the severe weather, of course. You can see a pretty good line coming through Shreveport right now, and then as you work your way down into the Fort Polk radar, you've got those scattered showers and thunderstorms. And again, it doesn't look that ominous here over the Acadiana region, but these individual cells can easily turn into severe thunderstorms very, very quickly as we've got some good updraft and we've got some rotating winds with height. Let's take the Houston radar again. You can see there's a couple of lines. One line is about ready to come through the Houston metro at this hour, and we've got another one that's out to the west that's along the cold front itself. Let's see if we can get this one to run. There we go, and you can see that there's some very, very big storms coming east of the I-35 corridor there from San Antonio as well as Austin. So back here at home, again, we're just looking at some scattered showers right now. We still have a tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 3 o'clock, a little bit later on this afternoon, and there's that graphic right there. Everybody is included in this with the exception of the coastal parishes, but I will tell you that the Storm Prediction Center has just about everybody at a severe weather risk. Level 4 over central Louisiana, level 3 north of I-10, and level 2 going down to the coast. So even though New Iberia and Abbeville and Cameron and Morgan City, even though you folks are not a part of the tornado watch, you still have a severe weather risk. So it's not out of the question that you could still see a severe thunderstorm or possibly a tornado. There's a look at the satellite image. We've got a few things that are going on here. We've got a low pressure area that's really starting to wind up here across North Texas. You've got a trailing cold front there that's going to be moving off toward the east over the next, say, 12 to 18 hours or so. The air mass right now over the Acadiana region is very unstable, and you notice that you got some clear skies that are out here in the Gulf waters. So if we start to pick up some sunshine, that will destabilize this very, very quickly, which is part of the reason why we've got that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Low-level winds are coming in from the south, where they're a little bit more from the southwest here in the higher levels of the atmosphere. So we do have winds turning with height, and that could potentially bring us a better chance for some showers and thunderstorms. So there's a look at the skew-T, and if you're unfamiliar with this, this is what the weather balloon shows as it's launched twice a day. They did a special one in the Shreveport area just a little while ago that I'm going to have to check out here in just a little bit. But we do have a very moist atmosphere at the very bottom of the atmosphere. This is where the temperature and the dew point do come together there. And of course, when you have that there with a tremendous amount of moisture that are down here at the surface, you get those showers and thunderstorms that can get going. So again, as we look at the skew-T, let me get this thing turned on here so I can show you what goes on. This lower level here, the red is your temperature and the green is your dew point. So the closer those two are together, the higher your humidity is. Got a little dry slot that's right about in here, but you also notice you've got the winds that are coming in more out of the southeast here at the surface, then they're more to the south, and then they start to turn a little bit more westerly there. So when you get that wind to kind of turn with height, you do have the better chance that you're going to see some of those rotating thunderstorms, and some of the particulars down here, some of these numbers are quite high, especially for this particular region. So supercells are going to be likely, and some of those could, of course, produce tornadoes. So that is what we're kind of watching out for as we go through time. So looking at the radar again, when you get that those winds changing with height, that's where you get those rotating thunderstorms, and you get some of those classic looking rotating systems with a little tail end, with a little hook echo. And some of these are kind of starting to show that little bit of a formation, but I'm not seeing any hook echoes. So it might take a little while to get those thunderstorms really going. This one out here in particular, you can see that little bit of a hook echo that's right here on the bottom end of that system right there. So you got tornado warnings that have gone up for parts of East Texas, and I expect some of that to start to extend its way into Louisiana a little bit later on today. I will tell you that the Cajuns are going to be playing here later this afternoon. They've got a really nice day over in Albuquerque with some sunshine, and temperatures will hover in the upper 40s and lower 50s. Some good football weather there. So go ahead and continue to watch the game when it comes on later on, but maybe keep Acadiana Weather Today, this live stream here on your phone, so that you've got multiple ways of getting the notifications when severe weather could possibly strike. I think we'll probably be okay for the next hour or so, but as we get into the 2 to 3 o'clock time period, this is the area that I'm going to be watching very close, and then also these thunderstorms that are starting to develop here. They may affect parts of northern St. Landry and perhaps getting into Avoyelles parishes. And then we've got some very unstable air that's here over southwestern Mississippi. So it's not just going to be here in Acadiana. This is going to be a large severe weather event, multi-state severe weather event, and that's why the Storm Prediction Center has that higher than average severe weather threat that's out there here for the next day or so. And there is a look at that satellite picture. In fact, the severe weather threat is the tornado watcher. There's your severe weather threat with the enhanced level 3 over northern parts of Acadiana and a level 4 over Cenla. So if you live over toward Leesville, Alexandria, over toward Natchez, Mississippi, or anywhere in Vernon, Rapides, Avoyelles, northern parts of Beauregard, Allen, Evangeline, or St. Landry, that's a pretty high threat for here across South Louisiana. It's not very often you get up to level 4 or even level 5, but level 4 is kind of a stretch here for the coastal areas of Louisiana. So this probably is going to mean business over the course of the day today and into the latter part of the evening. Of course, you can also follow my social media pages both on Facebook and X. I'll try to update those when severe weather does strike, but if you really want to get the play-by-play, you want to kind of stick with the Acadiana Weather Today severe weather stream here, as I'm not going to be able to go back and forth too quickly to post stuff on Facebook. So if you want to check in throughout the day as the severe weather gets going, I would really appreciate it. And again, this is the Acadiana Weather Today severe weather stream, and I will keep going with this throughout the day, give you updates at the top of the hour or when any severe weather does decide to strike. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and I will see you at 1 o'clock. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. As we approach the 1 o'clock hour, we are seeing some scattered showers that have developed across a large part of Acadiana, but so far we've been okay when it comes to the severe weather. We had some severe storms very early this morning with tornado warnings over parts of Rapides as well as over toward Beauregard parishes. Of course, those expired very early this morning. Got a pretty good storm there moving out of Vernon Parish and kind of heading off toward the north, and then some widely scattered activity that's developing across the rest of Acadiana with a little sunshine and those stronger winds coming in out of the south. We're probably going to feed these storms a little bit better, and I think we'll get a round of some better thunderstorms, bigger thunderstorms, especially in areas north of the U.S. Highway 190 corridor. Look out to our west, though, as we've got a big line of thunderstorms coming through, and these are producing tornado warnings as well as some severe thunderstorm warnings. That is going to be rolling into the western part of Louisiana, probably in the 3 o'clock time period, and then continuing to push eastward. But we have to watch out for these individual storms that could develop here over the next couple of hours as we go through the early part of the afternoon. Now, of course, we do have a tornado watch that remains in effect here across all of Acadiana, with the exception of Cameron, Vermilion, Iberia, and into St. Mary parishes. But even though those areas aren't under a tornado watch, it doesn't mean that you won't be seeing some severe weather to go along with it. The Storm Prediction Center putting a level 4 moderate risk over much of central Louisiana. That extends down into the northern part of Beauregard, Allen, as well as into Evangeline and parts of St. Landry Parish. So we are seeing that drifting off toward the south. We also have a level 3 enhanced risk that goes all the way down to the to the I-10 corridor, and then we've got a level 2 slight risk that goes down to the coast. So even though those parishes along the coast are not in the tornado watch, you're still at a level 2 slight risk, which is pretty high for the Acadiana region. It's rare that we get into the level 4 and level 5, but level 1 and level 2, we have seen some severe weather occur when we are under that marginal or slight risk. Now check it out. This is the satellite imagery. And we've got an upper level system and a surface low that is continuing to push eastward. We've got quite a bit of moisture that continues to flow in here from the south, and those winds are getting a little bit stronger as well here across the southern part of the Gulf Coast. We're going to see the upper level energy kind of increasing here in this particular area. So bigger thunderstorms are going to be firing up within the next 2 to 3 hours, and I wouldn't be surprised if we got some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, or maybe even a couple of tornado warnings before the afternoon is over. And you look at the big picture, that low is going to continue to cruise. It's basically going to move eastward there through the Red River Valley, but a lot of the instability is here along the Gulf Coast, and that will continue as we go into the afternoon. The SKU-T that came out this morning shows a lot of moisture at the lower levels, but one thing that you might notice here on the right-hand column of the screen, right over here is where the winds are with height, and you can see down here we've got a southeasterly wind. As you go a little bit higher in the atmosphere, they turn a little bit more toward the west. So with that turning of wind with height, that's how you can get these thunderstorms to develop at the surface, and as they build higher, they tend to rotate a little bit due to that wind speed changing with height. So you got a southeasterly wind basically at the surface, and more of a westerly or southwesterly wind as you get into the mid-levels of the atmosphere. The freezing level is fairly low, so there's possibly going to be some significant hail as well with some of these thunderstorms as they go on through. So the radar again showing some bigger thunderstorms mainly out to the west. So far, with the exception of those first couple of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that we had during the very early part of the morning, right now things seem to have quieted down quite a bit. But the air mass is very unstable, and with this little bit of sunshine that's starting to poke through and those temperatures come up, that just adds a little bit of fuel to the fire. But I think a lot of the energy is going to start to come in from the west, and we'll probably see some more bigger thunderstorms developing in this particular area over the next several hours. So if you live in Calcasieu, Allen, over toward Jeff Davis, into Beauregard, Vernon, and Rapides parishes, you do need to be on guard for the remainder of the afternoon as these storms are coming in. And the areas that are going to see the best chance the best chance for some of that severe weather is really going to be north of the 190 corridor. Not going to rule out these areas here along I-10 to get the severe weather, but I do think the areas that are further here inland are the ones that got the much better chance to get these rotating thunderstorms and the possibility of some tornadoes. So I'll continue to watch this throughout the afternoon. and keep the live stream going throughout the day as well. And if any severe weather events start to pop up, I'll jump in here and do some play-by-play. But in between that, I'll be up here at the top of the hour each and every hour. And at the bottom of the hour, I'll put an update on my social media pages, both on Facebook and X. If you want to follow those, I would really appreciate that. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather, today's live severe weather stream right here on a Saturday afternoon. I'll be back at the top of the hour of 2 o'clock. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 2 o'clock is your time, and still we've got these showers and thunderstorms that are developing across that region, and we're going to continue to see numerous thunderstorms developing. But look at all the activity out to the west, many severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, and eventually these are going to be crossing over into western portions of Louisiana as a line of thunderstorms continues to take shape off toward the west. This is the area that we're going to be concerned about these little individual cells that are starting to develop here and there throughout. Any one of those would have the potential of becoming a rotating strong thunderstorm, possibly being able to produce a tornado. Now, we have had a tornado watch that's been in effect for most of the morning, but so far we haven't seen a whole lot of action except for a couple of tornado warnings that we had very, very early this morning, and that was actually before the tornado watch was even issued. So for the duration of the tornado watch, and there's only an hour left on the tornado watch, so it isn't going to be too much longer, but we are going to be seeing that eventually going to expire. But the Storm Prediction Center is already talking about the possibility of putting in yet another tornado watch coming up, either a severe thunderstorm or a tornado watch. Most likely it's going to be a tornado watch, and they're also putting this out as a 95% chance that this will be issued. So more than likely this next tornado watch box will go ahead and be issued, and we'll just basically extend the tornado watch that we already have in place. And at this point, it looks like it's going to be our I-10 parishes and northward. The tornado watch did not include our coastal parishes. Not quite sure if they're going to include the coastal parishes this time around, but give it about another half an hour, 45 minutes, we'll probably see yet another tornado watch being issued. But the current one is up, and it stays in effect for just under an hour here until 3 o'clock. And as you can see, it covers all of the Acadiana region with the exception of the immediate coastline. Well, there is the severe weather outlook, and we've been talking about this quite a bit throughout the day and over the last couple of days. Level 4 moderate risk covering much of central and northern parts of Louisiana. This is kind of rare. You don't see level 4 or level 5 very often. Level 5 is very, very rare, but level 4 over Louisiana is still pretty rare as well. In much of the northern parts of Acadiana, that would include that Highway 190 corridor, is also in a level 3. That includes us here in Lafayette. And then down to the south, the coastal parishes is where we're looking at a level 2. But even with a level 1 or a level 2, we've seen significant severe weather here in the Acadiana region. So there's a number of things that are going on, and we're going to kind of go with the satellite imagery here. And one, you've got that upper low and a surface feature that's right about in here. That's going to continue to make its way off toward the east. You've got a frontal boundary that's right about there, and that's also going to be pushing off toward the east. At the same time, you've got a very strong flow that's coming in out of the south. So that is going to not only increase the moisture, but even with a little bit of sunshine that's starting to peek through here at times, that's adding a little fuel to the fire by getting those temperatures up. And those strong southerly winds are going to be screaming in here from the southwest ahead of that line of thunderstorms. And when it hits this very unstable air that's here over southwestern Louisiana, that's where you could start to get those individual supercells that could develop ahead of the main lines of thunderstorms that will come through a little later on this afternoon and going into the evening. Now, notice there's a lot of dry air that's starting to come in here behind this system, so that is going to be a treat for us as we go into Sunday. And it looks like after all of this passes on by, we're going to be in much better shape with some fine days on Sunday and Monday. And then another reinforcing shot of cold air is going to come down for the mid part of the week, so it looks like we're going to be starting 2025 considerably colder than how we've ended the 2024. But looking at the big picture, that colder air is now starting to slide across the Dakotas, and it's going to pull in here a little bit later on into the mid part of next week. So getting back to the radar, again, we've got some serious thunderstorms that are over here near the Houston area. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Houston radar first of all. And there for a while, this storm that was running over Galveston Bay had some decent rotation. So we'll watch this as it moves off to the northeast. Our friends over in Beaumont and over toward Port Arthur and Winnie would probably have to watch out for that. The storm that's right here, that's over portions of Texas, that's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. If you live in the areas areas around Toledo Bend, I would be watching out for this one as it continues to move off toward the northeast. Let's go ahead and pull up the Lake Charles radar, get a little closer view of some of these cells that are here in Calcasieu as well as Beauregard and into Vernon parishes. And right now we're starting to see some of these storms that are over Vernon parish are looking a little bit interesting. They're starting to take that supercell type of shape, and these are going to continue to move off toward the northeast. And the air mass over central Louisiana is even more unstable than what we're seeing over the immediate Acadiana area. And you can see with some of those bigger thunderstorms, even a tornado warning there in Wynn Parish moving off to the northeast. So as we go through time, this is right here is going to be kind of the area that we're going to be watching ahead of the line of the thunderstorms that's coming in from the west. So it's not really, the concern is still going to be the line of thunderstorms as it rolls through, but it's these individual cells that are developing ahead of the line that's going to be a little bit more of a concern. They're a little bit more discreet. They don't get very large, but they can produce a spin-up tornado very, very quickly, and you don't get a whole lot of warning with those. So that's why you need to stay weather aware over the course of the afternoon and going into the early part of the evening. So as far as these bigger thunderstorms, let's go ahead and take the Fort Polk radar, or Fort Johnson rather, and you can see that we've got a tornado warned thunderstorm there well to the north of Alexandria, getting south of Winfield, and that's going to be pushing off to the northeast. And then you got the more widespread rains out to our west. Some of these are not just producing the possibility of tornadoes, but a lot of damaging wind and also some hail. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there off to our west. Looking off to the east, though, this is the Hammond radar. And you can see there's some significant cells that are developing in the Florida parishes, and those are going to push over into southwestern portions of Mississippi. So if you've got some travel plans, either east or west or north, you're going to have some issues, especially if you're going off to the west. But if you're waiting until later this afternoon or this evening, those eastern sections might have a better chance for some severe weather a little bit farther down the road. So again, the severe weather threat is there. And as I said, the Storm Prediction Center is also hinting that another tornado watch is going to be issued. The one that we have in place right now is only in effect until 3 o'clock. So this would probably replace the current tornado watch that's out there. And this would most likely go into the evening hours. But at least according to the Storm Prediction Center, it looks like that watch probability is over 95%. So pretty likely coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll get a brand new tornado watch, but that current tornado watch covers all of the Acadiana region with the exception of our coastal parishes, and that will go until 3 o'clock. And as I said, we are looking at a moderate risk, level 4 of severe weather over Cenla, a level 3 enhanced risk between the I-10 and the 190 corridor, and then level 2 as you get down toward the coast. So this could be a significant severe weather event across Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi here over the next 24 hours. I'll be updating my social media pages at the bottom of the hour, and I'll be updating the live weather stream here at the top of the hour. If we get any other severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, I'll break in right away with play-by-play. So just try to keep this on maybe in the background. I know a lot of folks are watching the Cajuns game right now. Wish they would score a couple of touchdowns here and get caught back up with TCU. But so we keep our fingers crossed for the Cajuns. They're playing on a beautiful day out in Albuquerque with a lot of sunshine. But if you want to continue to watch the Cajuns game, maybe keep this stream going on your phone, and then that way you have multiple ways of being alerted in case any severe weather comes your way. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and you're watching Acadiana Weather, today's severe weather live stream. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. It is Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock, and we've got a new tornado watch that's been posted for all of Acadiana. If you haven't heard, that came within the last hour. And right now, we're also watching a new severe thunderstorm warning that's out for Vernon Parish. So you can see there, that is the new severe thunderstorm warning. It stretches from the western edge of Vernon Parish all the way across, including Fort Johnson, Leesville, Anacoco, and then going off toward the northeast as well. And the very southern tip there of Toledo Bend is also going to be affected by this particular storm. Again, right now we're looking at the possibility of some hail and also some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. So that severe thunderstorm warning is right there, and it includes parts of East Texas, but it also includes a large part of Vernon Parish. This is going to be in effect until 4 o'clock. And there you go, those winds up to 60 miles per hour and some quarter-sized hail. A lot of that is now just crossing the Sabine River, but will gradually move eastward and should flow its way across the parish and then pushing right around to that LA 171 corridor. So that's going to be an issue for drivers over parts of western Louisiana. And of course, residents there should be on the lookout for some gusty winds and also some large hail. So LA 8 is going to be another area that is going to be needing to watch this. That's going westward out of Leesville back toward the Texas state line. US Highway 171, anywhere between Rose Pine and then going northward up to Anacoco, is within this severe thunderstorm warning. Also LA 28, LA 117, and the continuation of LA 8 eastward as it moves over to around Flatwoods there in the eastern part of Vernon Parish. Fort Johnson, LA 10, and those areas also under the gun. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 4 o'clock a little bit later on this afternoon. So going back over to the radar real quick, we'll kind of take a little closer view of what we've got going on the radar here. And the main part of this storm is just now starting to cross the Texas state line into Louisiana. And I'm going to look at the velocities here. And right now it looks like we've got a pretty good gust front that's now moving along with that particular storm system. I'll go ahead and stop it here on this final frame. And you see here where you got the winds shifting directions where the green meets the red, but you see how it's kind of elongated there. And because of that, that's more of a gust front rather than what you would consider something that would be rotating. So again, this area here, just right there along the Texas state line, this is where you're going to probably see the possibility of some damaging winds as this starts to move off toward the east-northeast. So if you live in the western part of Vernon Parish, you do want to beware of this storm. Not only could it have the possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour winds, but there's also the possibility we could see some small hail coming along with that. And of course, that can do damage as well. Bringing it back out as we look at the entire region here, I did want to look one more time at that particular storm because I'm not sure which radar we were using. Let's use the Fort Polk radar. Maybe we can get a little better idea of what's going on with the velocities in there. And yeah, we're still kind of looking at more of a gust front in that particular area. So again, not seeing the rotation there. So severe thunderstorm warning continues there with those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. And that will continue to slide off toward the east-northeast. You can see this is the last hour of the radar frame as everything kind of drifts off toward the east-northeast. One of the areas that we still want to watch, though, is a good chunk of the Acadiana region. Even though throughout the main part of that tornado watch that we had that was up until 3 o'clock, this has now been extended until 9 o'clock, we haven't seen a whole lot of action, but the air is very moist, very unstable. You've probably noticed those stronger southerly winds starting to kick in. So that's just putting the fuel in place, and the fire is still coming in from the west. So what we're going to end up seeing is more of a squall line that's eventually going to develop and kind of line up more like this and then continue to push off toward the east. But it's some of these little individual cells that we want to be worried about that comes ahead of that frontal boundary itself. Those are where you can see your rotating thunderstorms, and those are the areas where you're also going to be seeing the possibility of tornadoes. So as we look at some of the other parameters, again, most of the Acadiana region is level 2 or level 3. That's slight to enhanced risk, but once you get north of Highway 190, you're at a moderate risk, a level 4 out of 5. That's pretty significant for much of South Louisiana. We rarely see 5s anytime, but a level 4 is pretty common elsewhere across Tornado Alley and maybe over toward northern Mississippi, Alabama, and into the Tennessee Valley. But getting a level 4 across portions of Louisiana is a little bit more rare. So I think the Storm Prediction Center folks really think that this system is going to mean business as it continues to push off toward the east. So here's a couple of things that we're watching. You've got a surface feature that's right about in here with a cold front that's coming down. So all that is going to be pushing to the east. At the surface right now and in the lower levels, you've got this very strong flow that's coming in from the south, maybe kind of south-southwest a little bit here, and that's going to add the moisture in place. And you also notice on the satellite imagery here that we're getting some peaks of sunshine, so the temperatures have gotten quite warm in this warm sector. So as these lines of thunderstorms in the frontal boundary, both of these will probably merge together over the next maybe 6 hours or so, and we'll get one solid line of thunderstorms that will cruise off toward the east. And once that enters, unless we get some other thunderstorms to kind of destabilize things here, or really stabilize things here after they go through, it looks like this is going to be pretty premium for the firing of showers and thunderstorms as more of that instability starts to come back in. So that tornado watch again is in effect until until 9 o'clock. It was originally in effect until 3 p.m., but we didn't see a whole lot. This was really kind of issued very early this morning when we had a couple of tornado warnings. One was over Beauregard Parish and one was over Rapides Parish, but this was before 8:30 early this morning, and they went ahead and put that tornado watch out, and we were fortunate that we didn't see any severe weather here in Louisiana for the most part during the duration of that tornado watch. But they're also looking at this next wave with the cold front coming in and the very unstable air ahead of it and those rotating thunderstorms. So a tornado watch has been extended until 9 o'clock later on tonight. I think the main big line of thunderstorms is going to cruise across the Texas state line, getting a little bit farther to the south here along that I-10 corridor, probably coming up at about maybe 5 o'clock or so. And then everything's going to continue to progress eastward. So right now, Vernon Parish into Beauregard Parish, you're just going to get started on what we've got going for probably the next 3 or 4 hours. And then if you live down in Calcasieu and Cameron Parish, there's a very strong storm there that's now starting to push into that extreme northeastern part of southeastern Texas. And eventually this particular storm is going to be making its way into Cameron Parish. And it's been tornado warned now for quite some time. Let's go ahead and pull up the Houston radar just to kind of get a better look at this particular storm. And we'll go ahead and look at the velocities as well. Wait for that to load in here. But what we are getting is we've got, let's see if we can get these velocities to get in here. There we go. And you can see right there, you've got a good tornadic echo there, good rotation right in this particular area. So south of Winnie. So that's the reason why you have this tornado warning that's out here ahead of that particular, about that particular storm. And that's going to continue to move as looks like about 30 miles per hour. So it looks like toward the northeast. So that's going to be pushing into Cameron probably sometime around 3:30. So if you live down there along that Jefferson and Orange counties and then into Cameron Parish, you do want to beware of this particular storm. This is a very dangerous one, and it's got a good tornadic signature there. So I think as it moves into Jefferson County, which is basically the entire county there, has been warned, and then eventually that could move into Cameron Parish and perhaps into Calcasieu Parish. So keep an eye on that storm if you live in the western part of Calcasieu or into Cameron Parish. So let's go ahead and zoom it back out again and look at those storms. The main line of thunderstorms is continuing to move eastward. Let's go ahead and grab the Fort Polk radar and kind of get a real good view of everything from north to south. And you can see north central portions of Louisiana are continuing to see tornado warnings. That's been a pretty rough line of storms that went through Shreveport about an hour and a half ago, and that's going to continue to move off toward the northeast. And we work that line a little bit farther to the southwest. Natchitoches is getting hammered with some heavy rain right now. So if you got some travel plans up going into parts of Natchitoches Parish and then up toward Mansfield, you're going to be running into some pretty rough stuff. Same goes if you're working your way westward out of Alexandria along LA 28 over toward Leesville and eventually toward the Texas state line. There's going to be some rough stuff there, including that severe thunderstorm warning that still remains in effect. And that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4 o'clock. And you can see there are some of the towns that are going to be affected by this particular storm. Winds are going to be gusting over 60 miles per hour, and you could see some quarter-sized hail with this particular storm. And it appears it is moving off to the northeast. Let's check those speeds here real quick. It looks like it's moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So it's hauling there, and that's going to be into Leesville and Fort Johnson here coming up probably in the next 30, maybe 20 or 30 minutes. So if you're anywhere there along that highway corridor there across western portions of Vernon Parish, anywhere Rose Pine, Elmwood, let's say over toward Fort Johnson, anywhere along LA 171, LA 8, let's say US 171 rather, LA 8, LA 10, LA 28, 117 and LA 8 off toward the east as well. So if you live in Stagel or maybe Hicks, Simpson, and then up northward into northern parts of Vernon Parish, and especially if you live even farther off toward the east, maybe in the west central part of Rapides Parish or maybe into Natchitoches Parish, you want to watch out for that particular storm because it looks like it really means business as it moves off toward the northeast. So you're going to have some rough stuff there all along that 171 corridor. Back here across the main part of Acadiana, most of the showers and thunderstorms have been pretty spotty, but you're starting to see they're developing here. A little more coverage we're getting here now in the Acadiana region. Let's go ahead and take the Lake Charles radar this time around and see if we can get something that looks a little bit better there. And you're seeing those little thunder showers that are just starting to spin up. Now remember, as these little individual cells pop up and they get caught up with some of that mid and upper level energy, we could see some very strong storms by the time they reach Vernon, Rapides, and into Avoyelles parishes. So if you live generally north of that 190 corridor, you really kind of got to watch out for some of this little stuff that's developing here along the I-10 region. So that's going to be something we'll continue to watch over the next several hours. Again, we do have a tornado watch that covers virtually all of Acadiana. The only exception is St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes, and that will be until 9 o'clock. And over the next several hours, what we're going to be seeing is this kind of broken line of thunderstorms here. These are all going to kind of merge together a little bit later on as they move across west central portions of Louisiana. There is a front that's back here toward the west, and that front is going to continue to edge off toward the east. And with a lot of mid and upper level support, you've got the winds turning from generally southeast to more west-southwesterly as you get into the higher parts of the atmosphere. So that can get those thunderstorms rotating and rapidly developing. You've got good lift that's going to be able to take place, especially in this very warm sector that we have here across the Acadiana region. So I would say along that I-10 corridor from Lake Charles to Lafayette to Baton Rouge and everything north of that, be on the lookout. And if you live in central Louisiana, you really need to be on guard here over the next several hours as that storm system starts to push on through. So a severe thunderstorm warning there. Real quick, going back over to the radar scope, you can see those thunderstorms rolling on in. We're going to see heavy downpours, possibly producing 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates per hour. There could be some small hail to go along with it as well. And there's those heavier downpours that are moving across parts of Vernon Parish. Northern parts of Beauregard are going to start to get into the action. Looks like a lot of this is going to move just to the north of DeRidder, but we're probably going to see some of this starting to fill in this area too. So DeQuincy and DeRidder, you are not quite out of the woods on this one yet. And then, of course, this thunderstorm that's a little bit farther down toward the south into Jefferson County, Texas. This is a tornado warning, and this has actually been a warned storm since it was way back here to the southwest of Galveston Bay. So this has kind of gone along for quite some time. So this is one of those long-running supercells, and we'll have to watch out for this one as it continues to kind of move off toward the east-northeast. So western sections of Cameron Parish and most of Calcasieu Parish we'll really need to watch that particular storm over the next couple of hours. Again, we'll watch these other little spotty showers. Again, those could become severe storms as they move into northern portions of Louisiana. We've got spotty showers that are over St. Mary and St. Martin and Iberia parishes, but nothing severe there. And you folks, for the most part, are safe at this point as you are not under the tornado watch that's out until 9 o'clock later tonight. So far western sections of Louisiana, you are getting into the action right now. So the 3 to 5 o'clock time frame for Cameron, Calcasieu, Beauregard, and Vernon parishes, that's going to be about your time frame. As you get into Rapides and Allen and Jeff Davis, you're probably looking at the maybe 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. For Evangeline, Voiles, and then getting into Acadia and even parts of, let's say, Vermilion Parish, you're probably looking more at the 5 to 7 p.m. range. And for us here in Lafayette, St. Landry Parish as well, you're probably looking at 8 o'clock and later as these thunderstorms go ahead and move on through. But of course, we'll watch these severe thunderstorms and the warnings that are out there and any other new warnings that do pop up here. I'll go ahead and get those updated on my social media pages, as well as keeping the live stream going throughout the afternoon and evening. And I'm going to let you go for right now, and I'm going to update some of the social media pages right now. If any other warnings pop up, I will jump right in. And if we don't get any new warnings, I'll be talking to you again at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, watching a severe weather event unfold here in South Louisiana. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather live stream. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. We've got a tornado warning that's now in effect for parts of Vernon Parish. We'll go ahead and pop this up here real quick. And as we get into Vernon Parish, this is part of that severe thunderstorm that is now crossing U.S. Highway 171 near Nulano and Leesville. And this is also going to be over to around Fort Johnson. And the tornado warning does include Leesville, Nulano, as well as Fort Johnson, and points eastward over sections of Vernon Parish. Now, this is going to be in effect until 4 o'clock. Tornado possibly moving to the north, or rather to the east, at about 35 miles per hour. Radar confirmed, and looks like this storm is going to be near Fort Johnson at 3:35, which is just a couple of minutes. Over by Cravens at 3:40 and Fullerton around 3:45. Now remember, these are areas that got hit with some pretty rough weather during the day on Thursday. So again, we're going to be seeing the possibility of more severe weather in that particular area, but we do have a tornado warning that is now in effect for that area of Vernon Parish. And again, that is going to be in effect until about 4 o'clock a little bit later on today. So we're going to be watching out for that particular storm as it moves to the east. So areas, if I can get this thing updated here real quick, if you give me just 1 second, I'll go ahead and update the warning here so you can kind of get a better idea geographically of where this is going to be. So there you go. That is your tornado warning. So it's basically stretching there from about Leesville and then eastward, including the towns of Fullerton, and then moving all the way over to the Rapides Parish line. So if you live in that particular area, you do want to take cover immediately. Of course, that's going to be anywhere around Hicks, LeCamp, Leander, and then of course you've got all those areas right around Fort Johnson, Fullerton. So anywhere around LA 10, you've got LA 399 and 458 that's in that southern part of Vernon Parish. You've also got, let's say, LA 28 that goes eastward out of Leesville, and LA 8 that starts to kind of curve off toward the northeast as well, and LA 121 that goes off toward the east into portions of Rapides Parish. So if you live along some of those roadways, I know there's a lot of other roadways that are out there. A lot of this is covered by the Fort Johnson area, so there may not be a whole lot of folks that live in that area. But again, eastern and central parts of Vernon Parish, you do want to be on the lookout, as there is a tornado warning that's in effect until 4 o'clock. So let's go ahead and kind of take a look here. And one of the things we're going to look at is we are actually going to try to look at the radar that is out of Fort Polk, because it is right there. You can see a little bit maybe going on right in this particular area here, maybe just to the east of areas there right around Fort Johnson down toward the south. You also might have a little bit of rotation right in here, but the radar there might be just a little bit too close. So let's go ahead and take the Lake Charles radar and see what we've got there. So it looks like a kind of a gust front that is coming across there, but you might have a tornado that could form or spin up there fairly briefly there in that tornado warned area. So we've got a tornado warning that's now in effect for parts of Vernon Parish, and this is going to be in effect until 4 o'clock. You've got a storm that's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour, stretching from U.S. Highway 171, and will continue eastward toward the Rapides Parish line. So a tornado warning is in effect for that area right now. Let's go ahead and go back to the radar scope, and there is a look at the velocities. This is coming from the Lake Charles radar. You can see the velocities. You get more of a gust front where you've got winds in two different directions, but they look like they're just kind of pounding up against each other rather than a circular motion. So we're probably not seeing as much rotation, at least according to that radar. But the Fort Polk radar, the Fort Johnson radar rather, is a lot closer to it, but we might not be able to see where that actual rotation is. If there's any rotation here, it's right here in the southern part of this warning area there around Fort Johnson, and then kind of moving off toward the east-northeast. So if this is a tornado, it's going to be moving very, very close to the radar site there over at Fort Johnson. Let's bring it back out here again. So we got that tornado warning out until 4 o'clock. We still have the other severe thunderstorm warning that covers much of Vernon Parish, and that will also be in effect until 4 o'clock. I'm going to step back here. I'm going to update social media pages. Give me a few more minutes, and I'll come back and we'll do a little bit more play-by-play while this tornado warning is in effect. For right now, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and you are watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Stream. All right, let's go ahead and take a look a little bit more at this particular storm that's over Vernon Parish, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning as well as a tornado warning that are both in effect simultaneously here. So the tornado warning affects areas east of U.S. Highway 171, generally from Fort Johnson, then on eastward, south of LA 28 and north of LA 10. So if you live in that area eastward in Vernon Parish all the way to the Rapides Parish line, you need to take cover immediately from this storm. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that covers the 171 corridor going northward and moving up all the way up to the northern border of Vernon Parish, getting into Sabine and Natchitoches parishes. So again, this is a fairly strong storm as it continues to push off toward the east. We'll go ahead and put it into motion so you can see this is moving off to the east now at about 40 miles per hour. The tornado warned area, that particular storm, appears to be moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So again, let's take a look at some of the velocities. Kind of inconclusive when we're talking about something this close to the radar site that's there at Fort Polk. But what I can do is I can grab the Lake Charles one here instead, and what we're looking at here is more of a gust front that's coming in, but there could still be some damaging winds in excess of about 60 miles per hour and possibly some quarter-sized hail. So again, really close to the radar at Fort Johnson, so we'll go ahead and take that one again. So if there's going to be any rotation, it's probably going to be in this particular area right here. And then that's going to be moving off toward the east-northeast. So again, if you live south of LA 28, but north of LA 10, there in the eastern part of Vernon Parish, east of US Highway 171, you do need to take cover immediately. Here is that severe weather outlook for much of the region. Level 4 moderate risk for central Louisiana and points northward. A level 3 enhanced risk over the areas north of I-10 getting up to Highway 190. And then we're still to level 2 slight risk down, even down toward the coast. Now our tornado watch that's in place covers all of Acadiana except for St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary. But you folks in the southeastern parishes there, you might end up with a new watch coming up a little bit later on tonight and going into the overnight period into Sunday. For the rest of us, it looks like a lot of the severe weather event is going to be ending as we head into the evening hours. So let's get back to the radar real quick and show you also what's going on. And we're going to take the Lake Charles radar for this particular one. We've got a tornado warning that continues here in Jefferson County, Texas, but this is a storm that's been holding on here for a number of hours. In fact, this has been a tornado warned storm since it started here a little bit farther to the southwest, maybe down here into portions of southeastern Texas. That looks like it would be probably Galveston County and Brazoria County we're probably seeing is where this actual system began, but has been moving off toward the northeast for this entire time. So that's why we're a little bit more concerned about this particular one, because this has been kind of a long-running supercell kind of thunderstorm, and if it continues to hold together, it's going to be pushing into Cameron Parish. And it looks like, as we were looking at some of these other maps here, it looks like a new tornado warning has just come down, and this would include parts of Cameron Parish. So there is that new tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation because this is an observed tornado. So this is actually a tornado. So northwestern Cameron Parish and east central Jefferson County in Texas and also parts of Orange County in Texas are now under a tornado warning until 4:30. This is a radar confirmed tornado. It's a particularly dangerous situation. It looks like perhaps this is a tornado that has actually been spotted, and this is going to be moving across the state line into Louisiana. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the rotation there. Oh yeah, you've definitely got a system that's there. You got those velocities that are in both directions there with some serious high speed. So there is where your tornado is going to be. And this is going to be passing just to the south of Port Arthur and moving into the southwestern or western portion of Cameron Parish here. So if you live over into Cameron Parish, you do want to take cover immediately, especially if you live there in the extreme western parts of the parish. Now, this is a relatively unpopulated area, but if you live north of Mays Beach or even Johnson Bayou or Little Florida Beach, that's going to be passing just to your north. But it looks like they're around Port Arthur and then across Sabine Lake. And then if this continues, this could possibly make its way over toward Hackberry or maybe toward Carlos, and that would be south of the Interstate 10 corridor. So that's kind of the direction where we think this particular storm is going to go. This is a dangerous situation. This is an observed tornado that is going to be coming out of Jefferson County, Texas, and then moving into southwestern Louisiana into Cameron Parish. So again, a very dangerous situation there as a tornado continues to move off toward the northeast. So if you live there in the western part of Cameron Parish, or even there getting close to Big Lake and into southern parts of Calcasieu Parish up toward Carlos, that would be along LA 27. You do want to watch out for that particular storm. Let's go ahead and get going here. There's that other tornado warning that's still in effect for portions of Vernon Parish, and that's going to be in effect until 4 o'clock. So you've got this one there in Vernon Parish up till 4, and the one that's over in Cameron Parish is now going to be up until about 4:30. So want to just real quick want to get you the geographic area there of that particular tornado warning that just came down for parts of Cameron Parish. So as soon as I get this particular graphic, we'll get this popped up here on our stream here. Let's just go ahead and get that real quick, and then once we load it in, I'll be able to show you some of the geographic areas that we've got for this particular system. And again, this is going to be for Jefferson County, Texas, as well as southwestern portions of Cameron Parish. So there is the new tornado warning that's come down, and you can see that extends into the southwest. Fortunately for us in Louisiana, there in Cameron Parish, that is a relatively unpopulated area. But for our friends that are over in Jefferson County, Texas, and Orange County, Texas, particularly around Port Arthur, you do want to watch out for this storm as it continues to move off toward the east-northeast. This is a dangerous situation, and it appears this is an this is an observed tornado that is in place there. So let's go back to the radar, and we'll go back and look at that particular storm as it continues to move off toward the east-northeast. We're going to pull up the velocities once again there, and you can see very defined that is probably a tornado. And as you can see how long this has been kind of running along, that's an hour loop. So it's been there on the ground maybe for an hour if indeed we had a tornado on the ground. The other thing is we're going to look at what we call the correlation coefficient, and sometimes you can pick out where there might be some debris in there. So let's go ahead and stop this real quick so we can kind of do a little investigating. So first of all, what we're looking at in this top corner is that's kind of where your little echo is. And then in the top right-hand corner, that is your velocity. So you got the winds coming in two different directions very close together. And the relative velocity is in the bottom right corner. But bottom left corner, though, where you see that circle is, I'm going to go ahead and redraw it. I want you to pay attention to that, to the image that's in the southwestern, or the lower left quadrant. Right there, possibly picking up some debris. So that's why this is such a dangerous situation, that we might actually have a tornado on the ground in Jefferson County, Texas, and perhaps that will be moving close to Port Arthur and eventually over into Cameron Parish. So a lot of severe weather that we could be dealing with here over the next several hours, and that will continue on through the early evening hours as we have a tornado watch that's in effect now. That's going to be in effect until 9 o'clock later tonight. Of course, you've probably heard from the Storm Prediction Center that we've got a fairly high, a moderate risk for severe weather over Cenla, level 4 out of 5, an enhanced risk for the I-10 to 190 corridor. That's a level 3 out of 5, and then the coastal parishes also have a slight risk of severe weather. That would be a level 2. And there's your tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock later on this evening. That covers all of Acadiana with the exception of St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary. But don't let your guard down if you live in the southeastern part of Acadiana. We probably will see another watch box issued sometime later on this evening. So I'm going to do a little update on the social media pages real quick, and I will leave this severe weather stream. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll be back with you in just a little while. This is Acadiana Weather Today's live weather stream, and I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll talk to you in just a minute. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker here at just a little bit before the 4 o'clock time period. Want to get back to some of the severe weather coverage. And while I was away posting some social media, it looks like we've got yet another severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up. And this time around, it's going to be for much of eastern parts of Vernon Parish and just about all of central and northern portions of Rapides Parish. And this is going to be in effect until about 4:30. Hail, possibly 3/4 inch, and also winds 70 miles per hour are going to be possible as this continues to gust off toward the east here at about, let's see, what was the wind speed or the forward speed on this, moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So this is a very significant storm that's going to continue to move in. And it's had pretty much a pretty good history of severe weather as it moved across portions of Texas. And what you're going to be seeing here over the next several hours is you're going to be seeing more of you're going to see a little bit more of a linear type of line of thunderstorms coming on through. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's going to be in effect until 4:45. So down at the bottom of the screen, I'll try to get that changed here in just a second. That it looks like I got it down at 4:30, but it looks like 4:45 is going to be our time frame when it comes there. So 4:30 is where Cameron Parish, and this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be until 4:45 for portions of Rapides and Vernon parishes. And those are some of the towns that are in with this particular storm. Now that you can see that's going to continue to move to the east, and we are seeing a little bit more of a linear type of line of storms that's starting to fire up. But we've also got this more dangerous kind of situation that's down here to the south, and we're getting some good rotation at least showing up on the radar here just to the south of Port Arthur. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a tornado or perhaps even a water spout as it moves across Sabine Lake and will eventually work its way into portions of Cameron Parish. But this is a dangerous situation as this is an observed tornado. And if you look at the bottom left-hand corner there, what we're looking at right in there is what we would consider a debris ball. So that's another indication that we've got a tornado on the ground, because if there is debris aloft, when you look at the correlation coefficient, radar can now tell the difference between an object that is round or an object that has a lot of different jagged sides, not necessarily just round. So it can tell the difference between a raindrop or a snowflake or a hailstone or sleet from something that's more like debris that wouldn't have a uniform kind of a surface. So what you're seeing there south of Port Arthur more than likely would be what we would call a debris ball according to the correlation coefficient. And this is pretty close to the radar itself. So again, I'll zoom it out here a little bit and you can see this is the Lake Charles radar right over here. That's why you see that spot there. You got that little cone of silence right around the base of it where it can't see anything very close to the radar, but as you get farther out, and you got to remember that when you get out here a little bit farther away from the radar, the Earth is curved, but the radar beam goes straight. So the farther away you are from the radar, the higher up the radar beam is going to go. So this is relatively close to the ground where we're seeing this, let's say, this debris ball that's here in that quadrant of that thunderstorm and where that tornado warning is in place. So there's a pretty good chance that we've got a significant tornado that is about ready to cross over Sabine Lake, and it might become a waterspout for a while before it moves back over land over parts of Cameron Parish. But if we just look at the simplified version here, and you can see the winds in opposite direction, you've got the, let's go ahead and kind of take this on here. You can see the winds going out here. How far? Let's see, where are we getting in here? Yeah, you've got some, you've got a tornado here more than likely as you're starting to get some of these wind speeds that are really screaming along here, and you've got them coming into two different directions as well. So you might have a significant tornado there just south of Port Arthur continuing to move off toward the east-northeast. So that's a very dangerous looking storm system as it moves off toward the northeast. And again, that is going to be occurring right there. It looks like it's going to be just to the south of Port Arthur and maybe already starting to enter Sabine Lake. Now, fortunately, as it crosses Sabine Lake, there's virtually no population there over the western part of Cameron Parish until you get into the LA 27 area. So that would be over toward Hackberry. So Hackberry, Carlos, you folks that live along LA 27 there west of Big Lake, you do want to be on the lookout. Calcasieu Lake, Big Lake there, moving off toward the west. That's where this storm system is going to be coming from, and that's what could be quite dangerous. Again, fortunately, there aren't a lot of folks that live in that particular area, but if you live along LA 27 in western parts of Cameron Parish, it would probably be a good idea to keep a very close eye on this storm as it continues to move off toward the northeast. Let's zoom back out, and it looks like we've got a new tornado warning that has just come down here in the last couple of minutes here. This is going to be a tornado warning for southwestern Rapides Parish as well as southeastern Vernon Parish. So this might actually be a continuation of the current tornado warning that they have in place that's coming out of Vernon Parish and then moving off into Rapides. So this is going to include some of those towns, Woodworth, Forest Hill, Glenmora as well. So keep that in mind. We'll go ahead and put this into motion for you, and I'll try to get the geographic areas up here of where this tornado warning is. This particular tornado warning is going to be in effect until, let's see, we get the latest on here. This is going to be in effect until 4:30, and again, that is going to cover several of these areas there into central portions of, let's say, Rapides Parish and the central and eastern portions of Vernon Parish as well. So give me just a second here. I'll get you updated here when it comes to the this newest warning that we've got on here, and look at the new stuff in here. Let's see, and give me 1 second, and we'll have that one up there, and there you go. That is the newest tornado warning that we have right now, and that includes Pitkin, Hineston, Melder, Forest Hill, Glenmora, Woodworth, Lecomte, and then moving off toward the east. So this is going to include 165, US 71, as well as Interstate 49. There are a couple of other roadways that are out there as well. It looks like it's going to be south of Gardner, so you're going to be south of the LA 28 area there. But as you get into some of the piney woods there of western parts of Rapides Parish, so you're going to see some of the smaller towns there around Hineston, possibly Castor Plunge once again. Melder is another one that's in there. You've got several roadways. You've got LA 121, you've got LA 112, you've got LA 465, 1199, 488, and 463. And then a little bit farther off toward the west, you've got, let's see, LA 489, and that kind of works its way northward to LA 465 there in the western part of Rapides Parish. So south of LA 28, but generally north of LA 113. If you live in those areas from Fort Johnson over to just south of Alexandria, you are currently under a tornado warning at this time. So it looks like the other tornado warning and the other severe thunderstorm warning has gone ahead and expired there over western parts of Vernon Parish. So if you give me a couple of seconds, we'll watch this tornado warning as it moves across portions of Rapides Parish. I'm going to update social media real quick, and I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Live Stream. Hi, Acadiana meteorologist Dave Baker as we continue to watch a tornado warning that's in effect until 4:30, and this covers parts of Cameron Parish this time around. We've got a tornado that appears to be on the ground or possibly moving now across Sabine Lake and moving into portions of Cameron Parish here in just a little while. So I want to show you the velocities, and we'll go ahead and stop this here real quick. And once again, what we're seeing is you've got these two areas where the winds are blowing very rapidly in two different directions. So that's the indication of a possible tornado. Right now, it looks like it's starting to move over portions of Sabine Lake and then will eventually work its way into the extreme western portions of Cameron Parish. Fortunately, not many folks live in western Cameron Parish, but if you live along that LA 27 corridor, anywhere in southern parts of Calcasieu Parish or northern portions of Cameron Parish, do keep an eye on this storm because this particular storm has been kind of moving along for quite some time now. It actually became a tornado warned storm way back in here. Moved across Galveston Bay and has continued to make its way off toward the northeast. So there's really no reason why we don't see it continuing to move off toward the east-northeast. So even parts of Calcasieu Parish could be affected by that particular storm. We also have got another tornado warning that's in effect here for parts of Rapides Parish. This is going to be in effect until 4:30. Could have some large hail to go along with it there too. And also some winds in excess of about 70 miles per hour. I want to go ahead and kind of give you a look at where that particular tornado warning is. And there we go. There's some of the towns that are in there. This tornado warning will be in effect until 4:30. Also could be some hail to go along with it. So if you live in those areas of central or southern portions of Rapides Parish, most of this is south of the city of Alexandria, but it goes as far east as Lacombe, and that'll be over there, the US Highway 71, Interstate 49, and U.S. Highway 165 will be in the path of this storm. A lot of smaller roads that go, a lot of those forest fire roads that are out there in the western part of Rapides Parish. You locals know exactly where those are. So some of those smaller communities there are also under the gun with this particular tornado warning. So let's go back in here and take a look at what we've got going on. Let's see what we've got on the velocities, and it's kind of hard to see on this one. Let's see which radar we're using. Let's go ahead and use the radar here. So what we're looking at is the possibility of if we're going to see any kind of rotating thunderstorms, it's going to be right in that area. So if you live in Glenmora or Forest Hill or up toward Woodworth, be on the lookout for this as it continues to move off to the east. Cheneyville is also in the path of this particular storm. This tornado warning is going to be in effect until about 4:30, a little bit later on. Let's go ahead and put the radar into motion, and let me go ahead and grab the Lake Charles version of this. And you can see how everything is progressing along quite rapidly now. But we do still have a tornado watch that's in effect for most of the Acadiana region until 9 o'clock. And we were expecting some of these supercell type of thunderstorms to develop, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now, right about in here. Let's go ahead and grab this tool right about in this particular area. That's one. We've got another one right about there, another one right about here, but that's all ahead of the main line of thunderstorms that's going to be continuing. So we're going to see more of a linear position of these thunderstorms coming in. And in fact, if we take the Houston radar, you can see there's a little bit of that back door with those lines of thunderstorms there. It looks like that might be the back side of that already. There's the Shreveport radar, and there is the Fort Polk radar. So yeah, so our frontal boundary is probably right about in here, and that is going to eventually bring a line of thunderstorms through the area as we go through time. So the severe weather threat will kind of go down a little bit, but not anytime soon. We still have that tornado watch that's going to be in effect until about 9 o'clock. So let's go ahead and take a look at that severe weather threat that we're getting from the Storm Prediction Center. This is fairly high for south and central Louisiana. Louisiana. Level 3 and level 4 is a little bit higher on the scale. Usually we're a 1 or a 2 over parts of South Louisiana. You start to get the 4s and the 5s up in the mid part of the country, and especially in the southern part of Tornado Alley that would run across parts of Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama. So the Storm Prediction Center folks really think that this particular system means business. And there's a quick look at the tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock later tonight. It covers all of our Acadiana parishes with the exception of St. Martin, St. Mary, and Iberia. But you folks down in the southeast, don't let your guard down because there could be another watch later on this evening or overnight tonight that could be issued a little bit farther down the road. So let's get back over to the radar once again. We'll put it into motion for you, and you can see the direction of movement of these thunderstorms. The entire complex is kind of pushing off toward the southeast, but the individual thunderstorms are kind of moving east-northeast. Want to get back down into this particular storm that's currently moving across parts of Cameron Parish right now. This is a tornado-warned storm here, and let's go ahead and stop it and look at the velocities. We're still getting a pretty good signature, although this is not nearly the type of signature that we were seeing just a little while ago, but you still got some decent rotation, and this is probably still a good rotating thunderstorm, if not still a tornado as it moves. I believe this was an observed tornado as it moved there into southern parts of Jefferson County, Texas, before crossing Sabine Lake. So this actually might be a water spout right now if it's still over the water, but once it reaches land, it's classified as a tornado if it's still on the ground. So if you live west of LA 27, in Cameron as well as Calcasieu parishes, you do want to be on the lookout for this particular storm as it moves off toward the east-northeast. This has had a long history of being a tornado-warned storm. Again, this particular storm started way back in here and has been steadily moving off toward the northeast for the last couple of hours or so. And it was tornado-warned in Brazoria County. It was also tornado-warned in Galveston County. And it's also now completely tornado-warned in Jefferson County, Texas. And now it's made its way into western parts of Cameron Parish. So this has been a warned system now for a number of hours, and that's why it is a very dangerous situation. So if you live in southern Calcasieu or northern parts of Cameron Parish, you do want to beware of this particular storm. Let's go ahead and continue to look and see what we've got going. A lot of lightning out there as well. There is the radar in motion once again. Most of the immediate Acadiana area has been rain-free through most of the afternoon. So we've been in pretty good shape here locally, but again, things are going to start to go downhill as we go into the evening hours. We've just gotten to about a little after 4:13 here, and the line of thunderstorms is going to edge out of Texas and into Louisiana. And with a tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock, I would expect several more severe thunderstorm warnings and perhaps a few tornado warnings will still go up before the evening is over. But this line of thunderstorms is continuing to move eastward and will become more linear in nature here rather than several spotty or a couple of lines of thunderstorms. I think everything is going to merge here as it starts to push to the east. So as that happens, the severe weather threat might go down just a little bit, but we could still get some gusty winds over 60 miles per hour, perhaps some small hail to go along with it, and definitely some very, very heavy rain. And it appears there's a lot of lightning out there too, and lightning is deadly, so whenever there's lightning out there, you do need to be indoors. There is that tornado watch once again until 4 o'clock. Also, there's the severe weather threat coming up for much of Louisiana, level 3 and level 4 for the northern half of Acadiana, with a level 2 going all the way down toward the coast. And as we start to get into the latter part of the afternoon, you're going to start to see the satellite images darken just a little bit. But there are a few things that are coming into play here. Not only do you have low pressure here and a cold front right in there moving off to the east, but you've got just a tremendous amount of moisture moving off toward the north ahead of that. And ahead of it, you've got low-level winds coming in out of the south, and the upper-level winds are coming in a little bit more from the west. So you got those two different winds that are kind of crossing like that at different heights, and that's how you get those rotating thunderstorms to take place. And that's what we've seen across much of southeastern Texas and much of northern portions of Louisiana. So for a little while, I'm going to go ahead and update social media, update the crawl at the bottom. I'm going to leave you with the severe weather stream here. We still have one tornado warning that's in effect for Rapides Parish, and that's going to be in effect until 4:30. And we also have a tornado warning in effect for the extreme western portions of Cameron Parish also until 4:30. So for about another 15 minutes or so, both of these warnings will remain in effect. This is the Severe Weather Stream on Acadiana Weather Today, and I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in just a little bit. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker here at 4:23. We are watching a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just come up here, and it covers a fairly large area. Let's go to that real quick. And what you can see there is we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:15. This covers parts of Vernon, Beauregard, Allen, Rapides, and Evangeline parishes. And this is going to be for winds up to 70 miles per hour and possibly some small hail. So let's go ahead and get right into the radar here. You can see we've got severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that are still in effect for parts of Rapides Parish, and a lot of this overlays. So if you live in Glenmora, Woodworth, or Forest Hill, or really anywhere along that Highway 165 corridor from Alexandria southwestward down into portions of Beauregard and Calcasieu Parish, you do want to watch out for this line of thunderstorms. Now, at this point, it does appear there might still be some rotation into portions of Rapides Parish, but let's go ahead and take the Fort Polk radar and see what we got. But really, this is starting to look like more of a gust front. So we're going to be talking about those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour starting to move through. But there is still a tornado warning here that's in effect for about 5 more minutes, and then the severe thunderstorm warnings will take over. But these areas over parts of Allen and Evangeline, as well as portions of Beauregard parishes, if you live in those areas, you do want to be on the lookout for that. So that's going to include some of the towns: Fullerton, Pitkin, Westport, Elizabeth, Oakdale there along that LA 10, and then along LA 165 going up to Glenmora, Longleaf, Forest Hill, and Woodworth. And then a little bit farther to the west, you've got Melder, Calcasieu, Hineston. Those are all also in there. And it looks like maybe as far south as Sugartown and also possibly down to the south to around Oakdale. Oberlin, it looks like you're probably not in this, but if you get over toward Turkey Creek, Pine Prairie areas along 165, 167, LA 10, as well as portions of LA 106, anywhere north of that, you're going to have some problems with severe weather coming on in. And you've got a pretty good line of thunderstorms. So if you live there in the community of Elizabeth, there in Allen Parish, you're probably going to be the first ones to see a lot of this. But if you live there in Glenmora, Forest Hill, or Woodworth, or anywhere there in the Calcasieu Forest there west of 165, that is a very dangerous storm, and we still have the possibility that we're going to be seeing some tornadic activity. I want to go back down and revisit this other storm. This has been extended now. A new tornado warning has been extended. So let's see what we can get here and find out some information. So this is going to be, looks like, in effect until 5:15, and this is an extension of this particular tornado. This was a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 7 miles west of the Sabine National Wildlife area, moving east at 30 miles per hour. They're calling this a particularly dangerous situation. So again, we were talking earlier today how this particular tornado has been causing problems all the way from the west side of Galveston Bay. So this has been a storm that's been producing at least tornado warnings for these areas along the upper Texas coast now for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So if you get in here zoomed in a little bit more, you're talking about those areas just to the west of LA 27. Let's see if we got some rotation, and we definitely got that rotation going. There is the signature right there. So again, it's kind of hard to tell where that is, but right in here, this is right about where Cameron is as the LA 27. You see that line right there? That is the LA 27, and then it kind of goes off toward the east-northeast. So let's kind of move this off toward the west just a little bit, and then you can see where LA 27 continues to move on to the north, and then right there is the Cameron-Calcasieu Parish line. So if you live there along LA 27, and some of the towns that are there along the 27 are Hackberry and up toward Carlos, you do want to watch out for this particular storm. So there's not a lot of population there west of the highway, but there's also LA 108 that runs through there too, and you can kind of take that and work your way around over to Vinton. So if you live south of LA 108, but you live, let's say, north of, let's say, the west cove of Calcasieu Lake and the Sabine National Wildlife Refuge, anywhere along LA 27, you want to watch out for this storm as it continues to move off toward the northeast. This is kind of a dangerous situation, and from what we are reading here, it does appear this is a tornado that is on the ground. There's a tornado warning, or rather tornado warning, that's in effect there for Cameron Parish. So let me see if I can kind of grab some of the other information when it comes to this particular tornado warning, at least the geographic area of what we're looking at. And again, they're talking about this being a dangerous situation because it does appear that it is a confirmed tornado. So let's go ahead and take this for you and at least get you updated on the geographic area of where this particular tornado is. I can go ahead and replace this one right here and get it up, and there you go. There is the new tornado warning again until 5:15. So it does cover a large part there of Cameron Parish, but again, it's an area that isn't very populated. So if you live there west of LA 27, especially along LA 27, you do want to be on the lookout for this particular storm. Let's go ahead and zoom it back out and see what else we've got going on. We still got that tornado warning that's in effect for the southern part of Rapides Parish, and you've got a severe thunderstorm warning that extends all the way down close to the Highway 190 corridor there in Allen and Evangeline parishes. So Evangeline Parish, you've got about 30-40 minutes before this starts to roll in here, but this particular storm is really kicking up some pretty good winds, up to 70 miles per hour. So there could be some damage. But again, looks like this particular tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning that's out for central and northern parts of Rapides Parish, this is going to be dropping off here very, very soon. So we'll be in good shape there. Let's go ahead and I'm going to let this run for just a second and try to get the crawl updated down at the bottom of the screen. If you give me just 1 second, I'll be right back, and we'll talk more about that tornado that's down in Cameron Parish, as the other warning looks like it's going to go ahead and expire. So give me just a couple of minutes. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's live weather stream. All right, friends, let's go ahead and take a look at that tornado warning again that's out for parts of Cameron Parish. Again, that's going to be out until 5:15. This is a confirmed tornado, and this has been a tornado that's been an issue over much of southeastern Texas, and is now starting to move into western portions of Louisiana. To let you know how long this has been a tornado warned storm, it became a tornado warned storm way down to the southwest, moved over Galveston County, pushed into parts of Jefferson County, and has now moved into southwestern Louisiana into Cameron Parish. So this has been a long running severe storm with the possibility of a tornado continuing now for several miles, crossing several counties and parishes. And this particular severe thunderstorm, rather tornado warning, is going to remain in effect until 5:15. So there's the outline of the area. It does include now LA 27. So if you live there in the central part of Cameron Parish there, anywhere between, let's say, Hackberry and getting up to around Carlos, you do want to be aware of this storm as it's heading your way. If it does hold together, it could possibly cross over the Calcasieu River and then push into the southern suburban areas there of Lake Charles. So if it is to hold on and make its way across LA 27, LA 385 and 3092, and even LA 14 and 384 could be affected. So if you live in those areas south of the 210 loop, do be on the watch for this particular storm as it moves off. You're already getting some very significant rainfall over the southern portions of Calcasieu Parish, and that storm is continuing to move off toward the east-northeast. Let's give you some of the particulars real quick. And this is a dangerous situation because it is an observed system, observed tornado. It looks like this is going to be moving to around the Hackberry area right around 4:30, so that's right about now, but you're getting that very, very heavy rain that's also starting to come into parts of southern Calcasieu Parish, and if you're there along that I-10 corridor, you are going to have some issues with the driving. Here in Lafayette and much of the Acadiana region, we're in pretty good shape, but we've got a very large severe thunderstorm warning that is going to remain in effect here over portions of Allen Parish. Let's go ahead and get you in there over Allen and Evangeline Parish and even into Rapides as well. And just to give you an idea of how huge this severe thunderstorm warning is, there it is. It covers parts of Beauregard, extreme southeastern portions of Vernon, southern Rapides, and much of Allen and Evangeline parishes. So this storm is producing winds of about 70 miles per hour as it continues to push off toward the east, and will continue to push off toward the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Let's give you a big look at everything that's going on right now. And I'm going to grab the Fort Polk radar since it's a little bit more in the middle here. And you can see that this is a pretty powerful line of thunderstorms, and it's starting to become more linear rather than these separate rotating thunderstorms. So when you're talking about some of these big tornadic thunderstorms, of course you got the one that's over in Cameron Parish, but the next area that you want to watch out for is probably right in this particular area, because that's where the most unstable air is, and some of those supercells could get going. It looks like they're trying to get going here over the eastern parts of Louisiana. You can see you got a tornado warning that kind of lifts there off toward the northeast and parts of the Florida parishes. Looks like that's East Feliciana and St. Helena Parish. So that is going to be crossing those two parishes before working its way into the state of Mississippi. So there is a tornado warned storm at least over there. So places that would be most concerning when it comes to the rotating thunderstorms now that could possibly produce tornadoes will be right in this area ahead of the main line of thunderstorms that's coming in here from the northwest. Now you still got that one that's down here over parts of Cameron Parish that does look very, very strong. And again, we're still getting some decent rotation coming out of that particular storm as well. There is a look as we pause things. We're still getting, we can get that velocity here to start. There we go. It doesn't have quite the signature that it had before, but it is still showing signs of rotation. So the tornado warning will remain in effect there until 5:15. So you got another 40 minutes or so before that tornado warning does expire there over parts of Cameron Parish. So again, we'll go ahead and look at everything as a whole. Locally here in Lafayette and Crowley and Opelousas, we've just basically seen some spotty showers. But if you live northwest of that 165 corridor, you are starting to get into the action. So Allen and Evangeline parishes, you're going to really start to get some of this rain. And then, of course, we'll watch that supercell down to the south that's still kind of ahead of the main line there over western parts of Cameron Parish, and that's going to work its way into the southern part of Calcasieu. So if you live south of the loop there in Lake Charles, you want to be on the lookout for this storm. And also watch out for some new thunderstorms that are developing there over parts of Jeff Davis and Acadia Parish, although they may not be severe right in those areas. As they move north of Highway 190, they could get a lot stronger. So if you live in Oberlin and Mamou and Ville Platte, if those can race northeastward ahead of the main line, you could get some rotation there and the possibility of another tornado warning. So right now, it looks like we're okay, and this is going to be turning into more of a line of thunderstorms going over the next couple of hours or so. Remember, the Storm Prediction Center has a level 4 moderate risk for much of central and northern portions of Louisiana, an enhanced risk, level 3, between the I-10 corridor and up to the Highway 190 region, and still a level 2 slight risk that goes all the way down to the coast. So even though St. Martin, St. Mary, and Iberia parishes are not included in the tornado watch, you folks could still see some severe weather before the evening is over. So again, we'll kind of go over what we've got here across the region. We've got one tornado warning that is over parts of Cameron Parish. That's this one right here. This is a particularly dangerous situation and will be in effect until 5:15. This is a confirmed tornado, and we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Beauregard, Vernon, Southern Rapides, and into Allen and Evangeline parishes. This will also be in effect until about 5:15. Radar, I'm going to go ahead and leave that with you. Going to update some social media if I don't get any new warnings, or we'll continue to track that other tornado warning. If we see something different happening, I'll jump back in here. But between now and the next several minutes, I'll probably be back before the 5 o'clock time period. Let me just update a few social media things and kind of update a few graphics here and there, and I will be right back with you. Thanks for watching. This is Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Live Stream. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Well, hi, Acadiana. Back. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning that's popped up, and it looks like we're still watching our tornado warning a little bit farther down toward the south. Let's go ahead and get you this new tornado warning here that's going to cover parts of Jeff Davis, Acadia, southern parts of Allen, southern parts of Evangeline, and the extreme western portions of St. Landry Parish. So that is going to be our next severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be in effect until 5:30. Want to give you the update on that, and this is our newest severe thunderstorm warning, again until 5:30. Winds up to 70 miles per hour and possibly some pea-sized hail. Some of the towns that are affected by this are going to be Hathaway, Jennings, Fenton, Iowa, Welsh, Kinder, Reeves, Basile, Eunice, and then areas off toward the west and the northern parts of Calcasieu Parish as well. So let's get into the radar and kind of show you what we've got going on. And one of the things that we're watching is the possibility of some very strong winds starting to come in with this particular line of thunderstorms. You can see it's kind of a solid line that's now starting to get together. More of our frontal boundary is still kind of back here toward the west. This is what we would consider a supercell. This also, what's moving off toward the northeast, was a supercell, but is now becoming more linear in nature. So we do have two severe thunderstorm warnings. One here that is going to be in effect, I believe, until about 5:15, and then the one that's farther to the south is going to be in effect until 5:30. So really, I want to get into this down here to the south. This is probably the most dangerous of our weather that we have right now. We do have a tornado warning, and this is a particularly dangerous situation because it is a confirmed tornado. And I will tell you, this has been a long-running supercell. Just to give you a bit of an idea, if you're just kind of tuning in here, this particular supercell became a tornado-warned storm way back here to the southwest, has made its way across Galveston Bay, moved just to the south of Port Arthur, and is now moving into the northern part of Cameron Parish. And will it make it into southern Calcasieu or perhaps into portions of Jeff Davis Parish? So if you live in those areas, even though this tornado warning is quite far from where you are, keep in mind, this storm has already made it for several miles, making its way off to the northeast. So if you look at that line and you continue to keep it along, you could have a long-running tornado that could go over a couple of more parishes. But it is still showing the signs of a tornado in that particular area. You can see there's still some rotation there. It doesn't look quite as significant as what it was just a little while ago, but there is still some rotation in there. And at the very least, this particular storm has already produced a tornado. Looks like we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that might be, well, looks like it's coming right up to the Louisiana state line. But that last part is kind of associated with the cold front. So areas that we really want to kind of keep in mind right now is you get stuff like this. You get a little bow echo where the storm kind of pushes out a little bit farther. Sometimes you can get some gusty winds when you have something like that. Then, of course, you've got the tornado warned storm that's down here over parts of Cameron Parish. And then the thunderstorms that are coming in here that are going to kind of shift across this watch box here, or this warning box, is probably just going to produce some very, very gusty winds as it continues to move off toward the southeast. But the area to kind of watch for right now is going to be these little storms that are developing right in here. As those lift off toward the northeast, long as they stay ahead of this main line of thunderstorms, you could get some new rotating thunderstorms to lift over northern parts of St. Landry Parish, perhaps into Avoyelles Parish later on this evening. And again, these are going to be some powerful thunderstorms that could continue to go along over the next several hours. Did want to get you back up to date, though, where we are looking at a tornado watch that's in effect for almost all of Acadiana. And this is going to be in effect until about 9 o'clock later on tonight. I think some of the western parishes will be dropped a little bit earlier than that, as the severe weather threat is going to be crossing parts of Vernon, Beauregard, Cameron, and Calcasieu parishes here within the next maybe hour or so. But the rest of Acadiana will stay under that tornado watch until we get into the 7 or the 9 o'clock time period. Also wanted to show you the Storm Prediction Center's thinking when it comes to some of this severe weather. It's not very often that Louisiana sees a level 3 and level 4 range when it comes to the severe weather threat, but that's where we are. A level 4 moderate risk covering much of central and northern portions of Louisiana, and a level 3 enhanced risk that covers the areas there between I-10 and US Highway 190. And then south of I-10 going down toward the coast, you're still on a level 2 slight risk. And we've seen some pretty significant severe weather with a level 2 here in Acadiana. So just being a level 2 is not really out of the woods when it comes to the severe weather. Let's kind of take a look and see everything that's going on here and kind of put the puzzle pieces together. So you got a surface low pressure area that's kind of moving right about here, and that's going to continue to move eastward through the Arklatex, and it's dragging with it a cold front that's going to slide through a little bit later tonight. The upper level energy is going to kind of start to cruise a little bit farther away. So as the thunderstorms continue to move eastward, we're going to see some weakening in the severe weather threat, and that would include parts of southeastern Louisiana, not necessarily the Acadiana region. So down at the surface, you've got the winds that are coming in very strong now from the south and southwest. We're feeling that here in Lafayette. It's gotten really breezy here over the last several hours. But then in the mid and upper levels, your winds are coming in more from the west like that. So you are going to be able to see some of those storms rotating. If they develop in these particular areas, they can catch some of this wind right here and start to get rotating, especially when they're surface based. And we are able to see a little bit more surface based thunderstorms thanks to the sunshine that we saw earlier this afternoon. So that's why we're still concerned about some of these thunderstorms as they continue to move off toward the east, although I think we're probably going to be seeing a little less of the tornadic thunderstorms unless we start to get some new stuff starting to form over the eastern parts of Acadiana. So that's what we've got for you right now. This tornado warning is still going to be in effect for another 23 minutes. It is a radar indicated tornado, but earlier it did have a confirmed tornado. So you folks that live there in northern Cameron or even southern Calcasieu Parish, south of the 210 loop in Lake Charles, I would be very wary of that particular thunderstorm as it continues to move off toward the northeast. Even though the signatures when it comes to tornadic, not as strong as what we were seeing, but this is relatively close to the radar, so it's still picking up something there. And again, if you live here right along Big Lake, along LA 27, that goes south of Carlos and goes down to around Hackberry here before it reaches down to Cameron, you do want to be on the alert for this because it's moving in your direction and will continue to kind of slide off toward the east-northeast, kind of like that. So tornado warning remains in effect for Cameron Parish until 5:15. I would not be surprised to see another warning, at least a severe thunderstorm warning, go up for this system into southern parts of Calcasieu Parish within the next half an hour or so. So we've got two severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in place. This one right here is going to be in effect for another 25 minutes or so. Looks like 5:15 is when that one expires. This one is 5:30, and your tornado warning down here is at 5:15 when it expires. Looking at some of these newer thunderstorms that are just starting to fire up here into Acadia Parish, some heavy downpours, but not necessarily anything severe, but those could strengthen as they continue to move off toward the northeast into parts of St. Landry and into portions of Avoyelles parishes. Right now, Vermilion, St. Martin for the most part, and Iberia and St. Mary have been pretty much unscathed. Even with any rainfall, there hasn't been a whole lot of rainfall. So those folks down there, we're going to continue to watch these thunderstorms as they move eastward, but it appears that you have less of a severe weather threat than the rest of Acadiana. Your higher threshold of severe weather, of course, is going to be west and north, while it gets weaker as you go farther south and east. So a couple of good lines of thunderstorms along with a front that will come through, and we are going to taste some drier air coming up going into the latter part of the weekend and the early part of next week. So it's actually going to be quite comfortable as we get into Sunday, and we will get back to some sunshine as well. I'm going to step back here for just a couple of minutes, come right back at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, and we'll continue to cover most of these thunderstorms that are moving across Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching the Severe Weather Stream here on Acadiana Weather Today. I appreciate you watching. Please like this video. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker here at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, because we've got a tornado watch that covers a whole large part of Acadiana until 9 o'clock later on tonight. And we've also got several warnings that are in place right now. Let's go ahead and start with the tornado warning that's down here over Cameron Parish. And let's go ahead and take a look at both of these here, the velocities too. And you can see that we're still getting some rotation perhaps right about in here. Just about ready to make its way there toward the LA 27 quarter. So this is going to be between very close to Hackberry, but also down to the south of Carlis. So this is going to be crossing over the northern part of Calcasieu Lake, Big Lake, and then moving off toward the northeast like that, and could impact parts of southern Calcasieu Parish. Now this has been a very dangerous storm here over the last several hours. In fact, this particular storm got its first tornado warning way back here over the portions of coastal Texas, made its way across Galveston Bay, and has continued to move in this direction. So this has been a long-running supercell over the last several hours, and that's why it's a big concern and why we still have a tornado warning that's in effect for that particular storm system. So that tornado warning will remain in effect until 5:15. So another 15 minutes or so before that one goes ahead and expires. I've got another severe thunderstorm warning here that's going to be in effect until 5:15, and that one covers a pretty large area, but I will say that that particular area is now starting to see the rain, or rather the storm is kind of falling apart a little bit, and that's what it looks like right now on the radar. This is the one until 5:15, a severe thunderstorm warning, possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some large hail. Now this was actually a tornado warned storm earlier over southern parts of Rapides Parish, but now this covers parts of Allen, Evangeline, and into southern portions of Rapides Parish, and this is going to be until about 5:15. We also have yet another severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be in effect until 5:30. So there's a look at that one, at least where the geographical area is. And as we go and transition over back to the radar, you can see you've got some very, very heavy rains that are continuing to come down there over near Welsh along the I-10 corridor at the Calcasieu and the Jeff Davis Parish line. The southern part of US Highway 165 right around Fenton getting some heavy rain. You got a new cell that's kind of developing. This is one you probably want to watch here as it develops over southern Jeff Davis and starts to make its way off toward the northeast. So if you live over in Acadia Parish, I'd be watching out for that particular storm that's kind of running out ahead of the main line of thunderstorms. And of course, you got your tornado warning a little bit farther off toward the southwest. So you got a couple of severe warnings that are going to continue to stay in place here, at least for the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. And then later on, we're going to be seeing that expiring, but we still have a tornado watch that is in effect. In fact, there is that tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 9 o'clock later on tonight. Severe weather is a good possibility when we talk about the numbers that we're getting from the Storm Prediction Center, and you've probably been seeing this on social media throughout the day, but a level 4 moderate risk over Louisiana is really on the high side. Rarely do we see 5s anywhere, but having a level 4 moderate risk over Louisiana is really something. And even level 3 enhanced is not that common here in Louisiana, and we have that covering the areas between I-10 and the US Highway 190 corridor. And then we're still at a level 2 all the way down to the coast. Now Cameron and Vermilion parishes are under the tornado watch, but Iberia, St. Mary, and St. Martin are not. So you folks are still under a level 2, even in the southeastern parishes, so you can't rule out the possibility of severe weather. I think the rest of us that are under the watch really need to stay weather aware here over the next several hours. But you folks just know that these thunderstorms are out there if you live in St. Martinville or over into Parks and New Iberia, Lauraville, and then down toward Franklin and Baldwin and Morgan City, because you could still get some severe weather in your area too, even though you are kind of on the lower end of the scale. So let's transition back over here to the radar and we'll get some real time. Looks like that tornado warning down to the south has been dropped. So that's some good news there over parts of Cameron Parish now that that tornado warning has been dropped. So right now, there's no warning for that particular area at all. At this point, it looks like we're in pretty good shape. So that's some good news, because that has been a very long-running severe thunderstorm with the possibility of a tornado in it. So good to see that that warning has been dropped. And hopefully we'll see some improvement there over parts of southwestern Louisiana, and especially over the coastal areas of Texas. The thunderstorm is now about ready to cross over where the Lake Charles Doppler radar is. And there's one thing to kind of watch out for. When you look at the radar here, when the heavier rains are coming, we get what's called attenuation. And as the radar beam goes out in all directions, a lot of that radar beam gets absorbed by all of the rain that's there. So there's sometimes reflections that are out here that you're not able to see. We do think that is the back of that, but as this is going right over the radar site right in here like this, you're going to see a bit of a drop off in some of the returns in some of the thunderstorms that are out here. So it might be a little bit misleading here for another maybe 20 or 30 minutes while the radar itself is socked in. Now, what we can do is we can look at the Fort Polk radar that is not as socked in as the Lake Charles radar, and there you see how these colors really turn a lot more bright red. So this is probably a little bit more of an intense storm than what the Lake Charles radar is showing, because it's socked in with the rainfall right now. So you're getting some really heavy downpours down from Iowa to Fenton, over just about to move into Welsh. Lacassine, you're probably getting some decent rains right now, and possibly some gusty winds. Jennings, you're on the chopping block here coming up in a little bit as that thunderstorm starts to come in, and you've also got some decent thunderstorms that are starting to push in and going into portions of Acadia Parish. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's popped up here for Cameron Parish. This is going to be until 6 o'clock. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It looks like this is going to be near Grand Lake, Lacassine National Wildlife Refuge, Lowry, Creole, and also Sweet Lake, Cameron, and Gibbstown. So you want to watch out for that one. Cameron, you're already getting hammered by this particular storm, and this is going to continue to go ahead and move off toward the east at about, let's see what the speed was on this particular one. It looks like it's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So we've got some significant storms that are now moving through, and these are going to be approaching the western parts of Acadiana. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, that's going to be in effect until about 6 o'clock a little bit later on. So that severe thunderstorm covering a good chunk of Cameron Parish. And let's see if we can get this one up here for you, and get this up here so we can get the geographic areas of what we're looking at here this time around. We'll go ahead and replace this one right here, and there you go. There is the new severe thunderstorm warning up until 6 o'clock. So I'm going to jump back here for just a second, get this posted on social media. Give me about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I'll try to get back here and do the play-by-play. And if we get any new severe thunderstorm warnings, I'll break in right away. This is the Severe Weather Stream on Acadiana Weather Today. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. Hi, Acadiana meteorologist Dave Baker. We've got a new tornado warning that has just popped up, and this is going to be covering parts of St. Landry and southern portions of Avoyelles Parish, and this is going to be in effect here until looks like 5:45 is when this one is going to be going up. Here is a real quick look at the geographical area there on what we've got right there. And let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here as we transition over to the radar. You can see where that new tornado warning is. And the community of Palmetto, Melville, and Krotz Springs, and everywhere north of Washington is going to be affected by this. Same thing as you go north of Ville Platte. So some of the roadways that we're looking at here where we've got a tornado warning in effect, this is going to cover north of 167, Interstate 49, also LA 29. Another road up there is LA 106, LA 29, LA 71, and 167 if I haven't already said that. So if you live in Turkey Creek, Bayou Chico over towards St. Landry and Whiteville, Beggs and Grand Prairie, Lemoyne, and then Whitehall, and then getting up to around Bunkie, you are affected by this particular storm. This is a pretty strong storm as it moves off toward the southeast. Looks like we've still got a severe thunderstorm warning that's up too, that kind of overlays that. So that's going to be for another hour here until about 6:15, and that is going to cover parts of Avoyelles Parish, while we have a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes for the northern part of St. Landry Parish. Let's go ahead and stop this and see if we can catch some any kind of rotation here. Let's go ahead and use the Fort Polk, or the Fort Johnson radar rather. And it looks like maybe there's a little bit of rotation. You're starting to get a little bit farther away from the radar, so it's a little bit harder to decipher where that is. I could take the Hammond radar here, and it looks like maybe there's a little bit of rotation that's being picked up on it right about in there, but it's not super conclusive. Let's go ahead and take the Lake Charles radar, because it looks like all three of them are about the same distance away from this particular storm. So the Fort Johnson radar has it right about in there, and it looks like the Hammond radar also has a little bit of rotation. So there is a tornado warning there. So if you live in the northern part of St. Landry Parish or the extreme southern part of Avoyelles Parish, you do need to take cover now, as this is a dangerous storm as it continues to move off toward the east. Let's go ahead and look at that, see if I can find that here again and get that radar up. Sorry, it looks like the stream was still going on. So there you can see a little bit better what the reflectivity looks like with that particular tornado warning. And I was trying to use some different radars here. It might not have been on there. So the Fort Polk radar showing at least a little bit of rotation perhaps right here in the western part of that warning area. And again, what I've done is I've tried to take a couple of other radars because we're equidistant from a lot of these radars here. We'll take the Hammond radar, maybe a little bit of rotation. This one's a hard one to guess. So just to be on the safe side, the National Weather Service over in Lake Charles has gone ahead and put out a tornado warning. Probably a good idea since we've got the possibility of severe weather just about everywhere we go. So let's get back to the Fort Polk radar, and that gives us a really good idea of what this line of thunderstorms look like. We'll put the towns back on there too, and we'll go ahead and put it into motion so that you can see how these thunderstorms are progressing off to the east. This is eventually going to become one solid line of thunderstorms. The potential for some of the supercells to kind of wind up ahead of this, it looks like that's starting to lower a little bit. You might get some supercells that could be there right there along the line of thunderstorms, but we're probably going to be seeing the possibility of a few more tornadoes coming in there over the next couple of hours. But we are under a tornado watch for all of Acadiana for a number of hours here until about 9 o'clock. So what we're going to be seeing is those stronger storms continuing to move over the region over the next several hours. And again, that tornado watch includes all of Acadiana with the exception of St. Martin, St. Mary, and also into Iberia Parish. So again, these storms are going to be quite strong. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted here. I got 3 or 4 things that are going on. But let's look at the radar here real quick. And that is showing you a line of thunderstorms that's moving off toward the southeast. All of this is moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. and that is going to go ahead and move off toward the southeast. So if you're looking at Allen and Evangeline Parish and Jeff Davis, you're in the action right now. Acadia Parish, you're starting to get in on the action, and you actually have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for the western part of the parish until 5:30. And then we've got another severe thunderstorm warning that covers a good chunk of Cameron Parish. That's going to be until 6 o'clock, I believe. So the severe weather threat is still there, even though it looks a little bit more linear than these supercell thunderstorms that we were seeing before. So a real quick zoom in on a couple of areas. What I want to be aware of are some of these thunderstorms here that are moving across the Acadiana region. Even though they don't look very impressive right now, they could spin up into some pretty good storms as they reach southern portions of Mississippi. So going back and forth between the radars here so that we can see what's going on. Notice we've also got a flood warning back there over Vernon Parish. So some of these storms are dumping some locally heavy rain to go along with it. So this is going to be the case too. It's not just going to be the damaging winds, the small hail, and the possibility of tornadoes, but there's also the chance that we could see some flooding rain. So some of these storms are producing rainfall rates at about 2 to 3 inches per hour. So if you keep that over you for quite some time, you can get some flooding streets. So here in Lafayette, we are going to be seeing this line of thunderstorms coming in here very soon. Crowley, you are just to the west of that severe thunderstorm warning, but you're going to start to get more of the widespread rain starting to pull in here. Same goes with Eunice. You are also under a severe thunderstorm warning, although the bulk of what would be considered severe is just now reaching your doorstep. Ville Platte, you're getting some very heavy rain right now. And then, of course, the possibility of a tornado over the northern part of St. Landry Parish. So if you're right there along the I-49 or the Highway 71 corridor there, northwest of Palmetto, you need to be on the lookout for this storm as it's going to be crossing over the northern and central portion of St. Landry Parish. This will be in effect until about, I believe it's 5:45 when this one expires. So yeah, another 24 minutes. So that's going to be about 5:45 when this one is going to expire. Big Cane and LeBeau right now is where this storm will be. Palmetto around 5:25, and if it reaches Melville, it's going to be somewhere at around 5:35. So you folks in north central and northeastern parts of St. Landry Parish need to be aware of this storm. There is a tornado warning that's in effect until 5:15 for you folks that live in the northern part of St. Landry Parish. So this storm system is starting to become a lot more linear. We had those rotating thunderstorms that were well ahead of the frontal boundary, a lot like what we're seeing over here. But now that we're seeing more of a linear type of thunderstorm, linear in nature type of thunderstorms, we'll probably see a little bit less of what we would consider the tornado threat. I think that's going to be shifting over into Mississippi here very soon, and maybe just north of Baton Rouge over toward the Florida parishes too. But we're going to watch these lines of thunderstorms as they continue to pass on through. Cold front, that's back here to the west, so we are actually going to get a little bit of a break, not just from the rain, but also from some of this very humid weather. It's not going to really cool things down a whole lot over the next couple of days, but as we head into the New Year holiday, I think we're going to get a nice push of colder air, and it'll feel a little bit more like midwinter rather than early spring like it has been over the last couple of days. Back over to some of our warnings that we have for you. The first one, of course, is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 5:30, so just a few more minutes. That covers parts of Acadia, extreme western St. Landry, southern parts of Evangeline and Allen, and into northern parts of Jeff Davis Parish. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that covers the eastern part of Cameron Parish, just about everywhere east of Big Lake, and that is going to be in effect until 6 o'clock. Winds up to 60 miles per hour and possibly some large hail to go along with it. We've also got one more tornado warning to tell you about, and this one's out until 5:45. This covers the extreme southern part of Avoyelles Parish and a large part of northern St. Landry Parish, including Highway 71. as well as Interstate 49. And this tornado warning is extended all the way to the Atchafalaya River, the eastern border of St. Landry Parish. So we've got several warnings that are in place right now, and a couple of these are going to be expiring here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. So hopefully we'll be able to see some improvement on the weather here over the next several hours. Let's go ahead and get back into the radar. Again, right now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Avoyelles Parish, a tornado warning for northern St. Landry, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Allen, Evangeline, Jeff Davis, and Acadia parishes, and one more severe thunderstorm warning that's over the central and eastern part of Cameron Parish. If you live in Crowley, or if you live in Lake Arthur, or perhaps over toward Acadiana and Kaplan, these thunderstorms are going to be moving in within the next 30 minutes. So whatever you need to do, if you have to travel, if you're in St. Landry, Acadia, Lafayette, or Vermilion parishes, you need to get ready for these thunderstorms to come in within the next half an hour or so. Conditions are going to be going downhill. We're going to see a lot of heavy rain coming along with this particular line of thunderstorms, and also the possibility of some damaging winds. Going to step back here for just a second, update the crawl, update social media with this new tornado warning. I'll come right back after I do that, probably right at the bottom of the hour. This is Acadiana Weather, today's severe weather stream. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. Hi, Acadiana, meteorologist Dave Baker here at 5:30 on a Saturday night. We are still watching. It looks like we've just got another tornado warning that just seems like it popped up here in just the last minute or so, and that's going to overlay this particular severe thunderstorm warning that we have over parts of Cameron Parish. And this particular tornado warning is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock, or rather 6 o'clock. So this is going to be in effect until 6 o'clock and should be moving into the eastern part of Cameron Parish. Once again, this is a significant system, and this possibly could be still part of that tornado that was occurring much earlier in the day that rode up the Texas Gulf Coast and made its way into portions of Louisiana into Cameron Parish. So again, this is our new tornado warning that's in effect. It's in effect for the eastern part of Cameron Parish, and a tornado is possible. It says it's a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. So this might be an actual tornado that we have seen on the ground. Remember, this storm has had a history of tornadoes, and what we're looking at in this particular area, let's go ahead and stop it real quick and kind of look at the velocities too. And you can see, again, you've got that signature right about in here. So we've seen this kind of come and go over the last several hours, especially as it moved out of Texas and crossed over Sabine Lake and moved into western portions of Cameron Parish. So right now we're watching this particular tornado warning that's moving off toward the east, and this will be in effect until about 6 o'clock, so about 30 minutes. So that might be part of where you have a couple of cells that have kind of lifted out of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's kind of what we're a little more concerned about, are some of these smaller cells as they develop down here to the south and then kind of merge along with the line of thunderstorms. You can get some rotation there, and that does sometimes spin up some tornadoes. Now, we also have a tornado warning for northern parts of St. Landry Parish, and this is going to be in effect here until 5:45. This is a radar indicated tornado, so not really sure if we have an actual tornado here or not. And looking at some of the radars that are close by, this is coming from the Fort Polk radar. So if we go ahead and stop it and we just go ahead and switch over to the velocities here, it's kind of inconclusive. Maybe right in here there could be the possibility of some tornadic a signature there, but let's go ahead and pull up the radar out of Hammond, and Hammond doesn't really show anything there. And then if we grab the radar out of Lake Charles, again, maybe we're seeing a little bit of something right here just north of Washington and moving off to the southeast. So if you live in the community of Palmetto or Melville, or getting down there between Palmetto and Krotz Springs, I would go ahead and take cover now. Even though this is a little more inconclusive, a lot of it has to do with the distance from the radar. And once you get over St. Landry and parts of Acadia and into Lafayette parishes, you do have a little bit more of an issue. Sometimes these radar beams are actually overshooting where the actual tornado is. So what we're looking at here is a number of different things. You've got this line of thunderstorms, kind of a squall line that's coming up ahead. The cold front is actually right back in here. So all of this is going to merge together as one as it continues to move off toward the northeast. And it looks like that tornado warning is did that change shape a little bit there? Let's kind of zoom in and see if we had some changes. They made it just drop. Yeah, they just dropped off the western part there of St. Landry Parish. So basically the tornado warning for St. Landry Parish is going to be east of Interstate 49, all along the Atchafalaya River from Avoyelles Parish down to Krotz Springs, and then northwestward to the I-49 just north of Washington. So if you live around Palmetto, Melville, Krotz Springs, or anywhere in between along that Highway 71 corridor, you are under a tornado warning right now. So you do need to take cover immediately. We've got one other tornado warning that's now over parts of Cameron Parish. This particular storm has had quite the history of severe weather. It started way down southwest of Galveston and has continued to ride up the Texas coast. And this evening, it's now starting to move into the east central part of Cameron Parish. So you folks that live in Lake Arthur and Gadon, you need to watch out for this storm as it continues to push a little bit closer to you. Again, it's had quite the history of severe weather, so there's no reason to believe that this wouldn't be a very strong thunderstorm as it started to move eastward. So if you live in the communities of Morse, Gadon, Wright, Kaplan, Lake Arthur, Hayes, and then getting down into Grand Lake, into those areas, you have a tornado warning that's in effect right now. And because this particular system has had a history of tornadoes, we have to watch this one very, very closely. And this will, if it holds together, will be moving into the western part of Vermilion Parish. So if you live along that LA 14 corridor, there in southern Jeff Davis and northern parts of Vermilion and northern parts of Cameron Parish, you want to be aware of this storm that's racing off toward the east. Looks like it's moving to the east now. Let's see, what's our forward speed here? About 35 miles per hour. So that is a very dangerous storm that's moving off toward the east. Let's go ahead and stop it one more time. I want to take a look at the velocities again. And yeah, we've got something that's brewing here over the northern part of Cameron Parish, right about in this area here. So here's Lake Arthur, and right here is the LA 14 that runs through there. This is the northern part of Cameron Parish, and that is the line that goes into Vermilion Parish. So this storm system is going to be moving off to the east. It looks like it's going to pass just to the south of Lake Arthur, but it could move into areas right around Gadon. So Gadon, you're kind of in the path of this storm. Even though you're not under a tornado warning at this very moment, you do need to be aware of that particular storm as it continues to move off toward the east. So a tornado warning in effect for St. Landry Parish until 5:45. A tornado warning in effect for Cameron Parish now until 6:15, I believe is what this is. 6 o'clock is when that one expires there into portions of Cameron Parish. So take cover if you live in those areas right now as we continue to watch some of the severe weather as it moves across Acadiana. I'm going to update the crawl here real quick, and I'll be right back with more coverage of the severe weather that we're seeing here in Acadiana on this Saturday night. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker as we continue to watch a severe weather threat here across the region on a Saturday night. We've got a big line of thunderstorms that continues to move off toward the east, and we've just got a new severe thunderstorm warning that comes down. It's the minute I get everything updated, another severe thunderstorm warning pops up. This particular one is going to be covering parts of Jeff Davis, Acadia, Lafayette, and northern parts of, let's say, Vermilion Parish. So we've got a pretty hefty storm that's continuing to move off toward the east, and that is going to continue to slide in. It looks like winds up to 60 miles per hour and possibly some small hail will be associated with this particular storm. So let me see if I can get this particular one going up here for you, and then we can show you the geographic areas of where this particular severe thunderstorm warning is. And let's see here. Let's get back over to this, and we will get you the new update here. And let's see if we got it there. Yep, there we go. And there's our new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is going to be out until 6:30. So this is going to cover parts of Jeff Davis, all of Acadia, into Lafayette Parish, as well as northern portions of Vermilion Parish. And you can see there on the radar, obviously, we've got a big line of thunderstorms that's coming through. And this is going to continue to come through here over the next maybe 20 to 30 minutes or so. Sorry if that's popping up over the screen. Hopefully it is not. But again, we are watching out for the possibility of another severe thunderstorm capable of producing some winds as high as 60 miles per hour, as well as some small hail to go along with it. So I'm going to let you look at this radar here for just a second. Let me update social media real quick, and then we will come back with the latest on this. We still have a tornado warning out for parts of Cameron Parish and a severe thunderstorm warning for a large part of Acadiana. Give me 1 second and I'll be right back. All right, it looks like I got everything updated here for the bottom of the screen. Excuse me if there are any misspellings, typing stuff up really quickly. We've got a number of different items to watch out for here. And first, the newest, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Jeff Davis, Acadia, Lafayette, extreme northern parts of Vermilion. It looks like that squeezes into the panhandle of St. Landry Parish as well. This is going to be in effect until 6:15. We still have a tornado warning that's in effect until 6 o'clock here for the eastern part of Cameron Parish. This is actually a pretty dangerous situation there in the eastern part of Cameron Parish. You've got some rotating winds. I would say if you live in Lake Arthur and Gadot, you do need to pay attention to this storm as it continues to drift its way off toward the east. This has had a long history of severe weather for at least the last 2 to 3 hours. This has been pretty much a tornado-warned storm ever since it came out of South Texas, southwest of Galveston, and then moving off toward the northeast. And then we've got that other severe thunderstorm warning that covers northern parts of St. Landry Parish. And I'm looking to see that tornado warning is still in effect there, but that looks like it's now moved east of the Atchafalaya River. So it looks like the tornado warning has been dropped for northern parts of St. Landry Parish, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect from Melville to Palmetto and then all the way down to Krotz Springs and back over to the Avoyelles Parish line. So let's kind of focus in a little bit more on this line of thunderstorms that continues to come on through. This is a very heavy rain that's going along with it. And so most of us are probably going to pick up a good 1 to 2 inches of rain, with some areas picking up as much as 3. And do keep in mind, when you get this rain to come down so quickly in a short period of time, you can get that street flooding. So here in Lafayette, if you've got anything to do, you've got about 45 minutes before it's really going to start coming down if this line of thunderstorms holds together. Right now, it looks like the severe weather threat is starting to drop off for our friends in Vernon, Beauregard, and at least the western half of Calcasieu and Cameron parishes. But the rest of Acadiana is still under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock a little bit later on tonight. So there's a look at the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. A level 4 moderate risk over Cenla, and even a level 3 enhanced risk for us here along I-10 up to the 190 corridor, and a level 2 risk down to the south. That's a slight risk going all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. It does cover all of the Acadiana area with the exception of St. Landry, Iberia, and St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes. But don't let your guard down if you live in New Iberia, or if you live over in St. Martinville, or if you live in Franklin, because some of these storms are still going to mean business even as they approach you very late tonight and going into the early part of Sunday morning. Notice though, behind this upper low and surface feature with a cold front, we are going to be getting this front to actually go through. So it's not really going to cool anything down, but things are going to dry out nicely. So Sunday should be mostly sunny, but temperatures are going to hover around 70 and our dew points are going to drop off. So it's going to be a lot more comfortable. And after that, it looks like things are going to stay relatively quiet as the storm pattern is going to be shifting a little bit farther toward the north and west of us. We're going to get another push of some colder air that's now coming across the Canadian border, but probably won't get here until the middle part of next week. So it looks like we're going to start 2025 on a rather cold note. Now, Saturday here is almost over. Sunday, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds, but notice tonight's temperatures will drop into the 50s. We should be close to 50 early Monday morning with a lot of sunshine there on Monday, with temperatures up around 72 degrees. So got all these thunderstorms to continue to get through here. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for a good chunk of Acadiana. This is going to be, let's get the next one here, transition here as we look over at the severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. This includes Jennings, Lake Arthur, Crowley, Dussault, Iota, Church Point, and even us here in Lafayette are now under that severe thunderstorm warning. That would include parts of the city of Lafayette. Maurice, you're right on the border there, there in the northern part of Cameron Parish, or Vermilion Parish. So that is something to continue to watch. And of course, we also have this tornado warning that remains in effect. This will be in effect for another 10 minutes or so over portions of Cameron Parish, and that tornado warning that we had over northern parts of St. Landry Parish has now gone ahead and expired. So let's just go right into the radar once again and leave it here for a while as we watch the line of thunderstorms continue to push off toward the east. So St. Landry Parish, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and so is much of Acadia Parish. So if you live over in Crowley, looks like we're getting some rain, but the heavy stuff is still back over toward Jennings. And you are starting to get a little bit of a bow there just south of Jennings. So wouldn't be surprised to see some really gusty winds coming in there between Lake Arthur and Jennings. I believe that's LA 26 that runs north and south there. And then, of course, you still have your tornado warning a little bit farther to the south into portions of Cameron Parish. Let's check out some of the velocities here and just see what we're looking at. And our particular tornado warning, it looks like we're still seeing a little bit of a tornado signature there right over the middle part of that warning box. So again, that's been holding together. Again, there's Lake Arthur and there's Acadiana right there. So keep that in mind if you live in those areas along LA 14. This storm is moving closer to you. And you've also got some fairly gusty winds that are coming in. They look like more straight line winds now that's coming in along right there near Jennings. You probably got some fairly strong winds that are coming in here. So if you live in Morse and Esterwood and even over to around Crowley, maybe even as far north as Evangeline and Iota, you want to watch out for this storm as well. It could pack a punch with winds as high as 60 miles per hour. So a pretty active evening here in Acadiana, where we've got a tornado watch that will remain in effect until 9 o'clock. Although I will say it looks like those western parishes, Vernon, Beauregard, Calcasieu, and at least the western half of Cameron Parish is starting to look like the severe weather threat is beginning to drop off, and it looks like we'll probably see Rapides and Allen parishes kind of following in the line there before everything starts to calm down into Jeff Davis Parish, probably within the next hour or so. Here in Lafayette, I think our 6 to 7 o'clock time period, 6:30 to 7:30 time period is probably going to be when the bulk of the heavier rainfall comes in. There are spotty showers that are developing across parts of eastern Vermilion, parts of St. Martin, and into Iberia parishes. Watch those particular thunderstorms as they cross over the basin and head over toward Baton Rouge and eventually up into southwestern Mississippi. We could see additional tornadic thunderstorms developing there. But I think Vermilion, other than that big line of thunderstorms that's coming in, I think Iberia and St. Mary, at least for right now, is quite safe. But we'll continue to watch this line of thunderstorms as the cold front kind of catches up with the line itself. Yeah, if it overtakes it, it'll kind of kill the thunderstorms as they push farther to the east. But if that frontal boundary remains a little bit farther to the west of the initial squall line there, we're probably going to see it still working with the fuel that's already here over the Acadiana region. So we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are still out there right now. And we've also got a tornado warning that's in effect for Cameron Parish here for another 10 minutes or so. And we'll have to wait and see if they extend that particular warning. I'm going to back off, update the crawl here for just a second. Hopefully we won't see that tornado warning reissued there over Cameron Parish. It may. If it does, it'll extend into parts of Vermilion and maybe southern parts of Acadia Parish. I'm going to try to take a 7-minute break here and get back with you at the 7 o'clock hour, or the 6 o'clock hour rather, with more coverage of a severe weather event that's happening in Acadiana right now. Remember, a tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock for the entire region, with the exception of St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's live weather severe weather stream. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. Give me a like if you can. Well, hi, folks. I was hoping I would get all the way until 6 o'clock, but we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just popped up. And this is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock, and it's going to cover a large part of Vermilion Parish. Remember that particular storm that I've been talking about for the last several hours? Well, it is still holding together. Now, we've got a tornado warning that's in effect for Cameron Parish, but that's expiring within the next 3 minutes. But we now have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for portions of Vermilion Parish, and this is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock. This is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. It is possibly, we're going to possibly see a tornado, so be remaining alert for a tornado because this particular storm has had a history of tornadoes. The entire line of thunderstorms is continuing to move off toward the east at about 35 miles per hour. So if you live in Lake Arthur or Acadiana or Kaplan, Abbeville, Intracoastal City, or any of the rural areas that are there north of White Lake, you do want to be aware of that particular storm system as it moves off toward the east at about 35 miles per hour. We still have a good chunk of Jeff Davis, Acadia, as well as portions of Lafayette Parish that are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to continue to stay in effect until about 6:30 later on this evening. So big thunderstorms are continuing to move off toward the east. And again, that newest severe thunderstorm warning there covers a large part of Vermilion Parish. And so if you live there in the western and central part of Vermilion Parish, you do want to watch out for that particular storm. Also wanted to bring you up to date the fact that we do have a tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock, although we are going to start to see some of the western parishes drop off in this tornado watch here pretty quickly. That tornado warning looks like it's going to go ahead and drop off here in the next minute or so. So hopefully we won't see any more tornado warnings, but the possibility of severe weather is still going to be with most of Acadiana over the next several hours. So let's just kind of look at the big picture here. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning that's about ready to drop off there in the parts of Cameron Parish, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning over much of St. Landry Parish that should be expiring. I think that one expires also at around 6 o'clock. It doesn't look quite, no, it looks like 6:15 is when that one's going to drop off. And then 6:30, I believe, is when this one drops off here that includes parts of Lafayette Parish. Even though we're not getting the severe weather yet in Lafayette, it is going to be developing, and we'll also have to watch out for some of those thunderstorms that are rocketing off of the Gulf of Mexico and lifting north just ahead of the squall line. So that could bring us some more problems. Cold front is back to the west. It has crossed the Sabine River now. So it's going to give this whole line of thunderstorms a pretty good push off toward the east. So we may see a little bit more of a forward speed. And as everything becomes a little bit more linear, hopefully some of the tornado threat will drop off and we'll be just looking at straight line winds, but we could still see winds 60 to 70 miles per hour and the possibility of some hail to go along with it. So that is going to be a particular issue there as we go through the next several hours with that severe thunderstorm warning there that's in effect for parts of Vermilion Parish. So that's going to be in effect until 7 o'clock. Again, we'll take one real quick look at the aerial outline of where that severe thunderstorm warning is. And that's going to continue to push eastward into the central part of Vermilion Parish. Once again, I'm going to leave you with the radar here for just a second. Get that severe thunderstorm warning posted on social media. Update the crawl at the bottom. Give me a few minutes and I'll be back with more coverage of the severe weather here on Acadiana Weather Today. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. Please like this video. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker here as we continue to watch severe weather that's moving across the Acadiana region. Watching out for some of these bigger thunderstorms that are now starting to slide across the western part of the Acadiana region. So we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect here for, it looks like until 6:30, and that's going to cover Jeff Davis, Acadia, and parts of Lafayette and extreme western St. Landry Parish. And then, of course, we've got this new severe thunderstorm warning that popped up just a little while ago, and this is going to be up until 7 o'clock, and that covers a good part of Vermilion Parish as well. We have had a history of tornadic activity with this particular thunderstorm. We'll go ahead and stop it here so we can see what the current looks. And this is right over near the Lake Arthur area right now. As far as any rotation, it looks like there still might be some rotation there. Perhaps they're just to the west of Gaydon. Kind of inconclusive there, but if you live along that LA 14 corridor anywhere between Lake Arthur and Gaydon, you do need to beware of this storm as it heads in your direction. Right now, you are just under a severe thunderstorm warning, and you'll probably see winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. And you could also find some small hail in some of these particular thunderstorms. In fact, you might even be seeing some hail here back to the northwest of Lake Arthur. So if you live in Lake Arthur, let me know in the comments what you're seeing down in that particular area, or if you've had any damage. Again, I'm going to try to get to the comments the best that I can. Sometimes I'm not able to see everything as it goes through, but the chat is available for you on there. And if you see anything, it looks like you'll probably be seeing some of that coming through over the next couple of days or so, or next couple of hours or so. So again, we are watching out for some of this severe weather, but it looks like Lafayette is going to be seeing some of this severe weather coming in probably between 6:30 and 7:30. So that looks like Lisa Duyon was asking that particular question. Cooler temperatures helping some of this to keep this in check. Not quite yet, Ashley. I think what we're looking at is the cold front is still back to the west, but if that cold front wants to overtake some of that line, of that squall line that's ahead of there, we might see that. I don't know if the two of you are still watching. Hopefully you are, but those are a couple of questions that I had there in the live chat down there. So let's go ahead and put the radar back into motion here and just kind of watch how this is evolving. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some damaging winds there around Lake Arthur, Gaydon, and then down toward Morse. So if you live along that LA 14 corridor there in the northwestern part of Vermilion Parish, LA 26, LA 13 off to the east, and 91 there that goes between Gaydon and Morse. Those are the areas where we're probably going to see the biggest threat when it comes to any severe weather there. So if you live in southern Acadia, northern parts of Vermilion Parish, you have a pretty good chance you're going to be seeing this severe weather coming in. This is going to bring some damaging winds, so you do want to be ready for this particular storm. Here in Lafayette, right now we've seen some spotty showers, but we are going to see a bit more in the way of rainfall that's going to start to come in a little bit later on during the evening hours, and that will continue to cross over into parts of St. Martin Parish and then eventually over into Iberia as well. Now, St. Martin and Iberia are not under a severe thunderstorm, or rather a tornado watch. St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary are not in that watch, but you do need to watch out for the possibility of some severe weather. As these thunderstorms continue to slide off toward the southeast, we're still seeing them packing these winds getting up to more than 60 miles per hour. And we're going to see a lot of lightning to go along with this as well. So let's go ahead and look at the velocities one more time just to see what we're kind of dealing with. And we've got some elevated winds there, anywhere stretching from about Iota right there. And then you've got some damaging winds possibly there north of Lake Arthur. And then this is where you got a little bit more of that rotation that we were still seeing on the radar a while back when we did have a tornado warning, although it is a little bit more inconclusive this time around. So we just have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect right now. But when you get a little bow echo like this, what you're seeing right in here, you can see some damaging winds right there. So if you live anywhere west of Gaydon on LA 14, you really want to watch out for this, because this is going to be coming your way in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Starting to get a little bit more cloud to ground lightning up through Mermentau and Esterwood and up toward Iota. Crowley, you've got a lot of heavy rain that's coming down and a lot of lightning that's in and around your area. If you live in Rain and Church Point and Dusong, get ready because this is all kind of coming your way. A lot of heavy rain now up toward Opelousas and Washington, and we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for another couple of minutes here over the northern part of St. Landry Parish, but I think the severe weather threat is going to be diminishing there fairly quickly. So if you live in Beauregard or Rapides Parish, Allen, Vernon, into Calcasieu and the western part of Cameron Parish, I think you're pretty much in the clear as we don't have anything that's coming in behind it except for the cold front. So the cold front is there, and that's going to continue to push everything off toward the east. If you live in Avoyelles Parish, I think you're in the home stretch. If you're in St. Landry and Evangeline Parish, you're really getting the bulk of this right now, but in Evangeline Parish, you'll start to see this kind of winding down probably by the 7 o'clock time period. In Acadia Parish, you're going to be holding on to this rain probably all the way up till about 8-ish or so. And the same goes here in Lafayette. We're just going to get started here probably about 6:30. I would say 6:30 to about 8 o'clock is going to be the time frame for us here in Lafayette Parish. And in Vermilion Parish, northwestern Vermilion Parish, you're catching the action right now. If you live over toward Kaplan, Abbeville, Intracoastal City, Erath, Delcombe, and Maurice, you'll probably catch some of this rain here coming up after 6:30, going closer to 7 o'clock. And then for our friends who live into St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary, you're going to wait a little bit longer for some of this rain to come through, probably toward the tail end of when the tornado watch goes ahead and expires at 9 o'clock. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see new watches kind of hoisted off to the east. But I really doubt at this point that it's going to cover those extreme southern sections. You're going to get a line of thunderstorms. You're probably going to get some brief gusty winds to come along. You might even get a severe thunderstorm warning in Iberia or St. Mary parishes, but I really think the bulk of the severe weather threat is going to be staying a little bit farther to the north. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a radar tour here. And again, the Fort Johnson radar. So we're now able to see kind of where this front is right now. That's the tail end of the rain, and that's going to be pushing everything to the east. And as I've been saying earlier, I really thought western and southwestern Mississippi was going to be the big time go zone. Well, let's go back here real quick. We got a new tornado warning, and it covers that area that we've been talking about. Tornado warning until 6:45. This is going to be for parts of Vermilion Parish there, and that is going to include the town of Acadiana. Again, let's go ahead and get to the velocities. And yes, we do have a tornadic signature there just to the west of Acadiana here on LA 14. So this is going to be moving off toward the east-northeast. So if you live in that area, you do need to take cover immediately. This also covers the city of Kaplan, and this goes into the southern part of Acadia Parish there along LA 13. So if you live in those areas between LA 13, LA 91, LA 713, and then going a little bit farther down to the south, LA 3143, they're right around the Acadiana area and into the community of Wright and over toward Cosinad and into Kaplan. You also are under that tornado warning. If you live in near LA 30, it looks like 3093 and LA 335 there west of Cow Island and west of the LA 35 there at Kaplan, you're under that tornado warning. So if you live in that area, you do need to take cover immediately. Let me go ahead and see if I can get the geographic outline of this particular storm so I can show it to you real quick graphically. And again, this tornado warning is going to be in effect until 6:45, it looks like on that one there. 6:45 is going to be your time frame this time around. Let's go ahead and see if I got an open slot here for this particular this tornado warning here. Let's grab this one right here, and we'll give you the geographic outline of where this particular tornado warning is. So let's go ahead and show you there. That's over northern Vermilion Parish and the extreme southern part of Acadia Parish. So we do have a tornado warning that will be in effect until 6:45, so another half hour. This is kind of a dangerous situation because this particular storm has had a history of producing tornadoes for several hours going all the way back into Texas. So if you live near the town of Acadiana, this is where you need to be taking cover immediately as this storm is coming through. If you live there in Acadiana, you're watching on your phone and you are watching out for this and you've maybe got yourself in a nice safe place, shoot me a little message in the chat here if you're watching and let me know what you're seeing in that area, but only if you can do so safely. Let's go ahead and pull this back out. We'll take the velocities away and we'll go ahead and put the radar in motion just to kind of show you the last hour of what's going going on because I don't want to forget everybody here in Lafayette and St. Landry Parish. All of this is starting to move in. And in fact, that tornado warning kind of heads over to around the Maurice area. So let's watch out for that particular one here. Going to step back, update social media with this new tornado warning, and then I'll get right back and we'll do some more play-by-play right here on Acadiana Weather Today. Watch the radar for 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker here as we continue to watch severe weather moving across parts of Vermilion Parish. We do have a tornado warning that's in effect until 6:45, and this is going to cover a large part of Vermilion Parish. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the aerial graphic when it comes to this particular tornado warning. And there it is right there, and you can see that it includes the northern part of Vermilion Parish and the extreme southern part of Acadia Parish. But this also is going to be screaming its way over toward areas right around Maurice. All right, sorry about that. As we look toward Maurice, we've got that heavy weather that's going to be coming in that direction too. Now, the entire region is under a severe, a tornado watch until 9 o'clock, or 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock rather. And you can see we've got a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning that's going to expire at 6:30, although I expect it to be extended a little bit farther to the east. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock for a large part of Vermilion Parish. And then we've also got that tornado warning that's going to be in effect until 6:45. That includes the communities of Acadiana as well as Kaplan and Wright as well. So if you live along that LA 14 corridor, you need to be taking cover. And if you live over toward Abbeville and Maurice, you need to be watching this. Indian Bayou is another place. South of Crowley, you need to be watching out for this as well. So if you live along the north-south routes of LA 35 or LA 13, please beware of this storm as it continues to move off toward the east-northeast. Acadiana, you're in the thick of it right now. Lake Arthur, you've seen a lot of the heavy winds and the rain come through. Esterwood, you might even be seeing a little bit of hail there between Highway 90 and I-10. And of course, Crowley, you are in the crosshairs as well. Notice how the heavy thunderstorms continue off into parts of St. Landry Parish, but the severe thunderstorm warning that was up for St. Landry has now been dropped. So we're concentrating more of our action here over parts of Acadia, Lafayette, Jeff Davis, eastern parts of Cameron, as well as much of Vermilion parishes. Now, all of these areas are under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock, while St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary are not included in this tornado watch. These thunderstorms are pretty powerful, and they're going to be heading in your direction, so please do not let your guard down if you live in Henderson or Parks or Lauraville, St. Martinville, Jeanerette, Lydia, Franklin, and Baldwin, and down toward Morgan City, because these are going to be entering your region coming up here after the 7 o'clock hour. So the heaviest amounts of rain that we're seeing right now are over southern parts of Acadia Parish, generally along the Highway 90 I-10 corridor. Then we have our tornado warning down on the LA 14 corridor. And then it's fairly clear as you get down to Intracoastal City, but everything is heading in that particular direction. So as we put the radar in motion, we'll look at the entire Acadiana region here. Kind of give you an idea of how big this line of thunderstorms is. We've noticed the cold front is starting to catch up to the immediate squall line. So if that cold front can kind of overtake some of these thunderstorms, we might start to see some weakening as they move off toward the east. So St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary, if that were the case, you would probably be spared the worst of this. But we can see that thunderstorms are still developing out ahead of the squall line, and as those lift off toward the northeast, they can become quite severe, especially as they move into the Florida parishes north of Baton Rouge and then getting over into southwestern portions of Mississippi. So we've got a dangerous situation that's still in place here over parts of Acadia Parish and southern or northern parts of Vermilion Parish. Right along that LA 14 corridor is where we're watching closely, and we're still kind of seeing some tornadic signatures there east of Acadiana, but still west of Kaplan, right there along that LA 14 corridor. So just east of Acadiana is where the front of this is, and we'll have to wait and see how long they keep this tornado warning up. We've been seeing rotation, we've been seeing the signatures on there, and this particular storm has had a long history of tornadoes going along with it. In fact, if you're just jumping on to Acadiana weather today, that supercell started way back here, made its way right along the coast here, went across Sabine Lake and into Cameron Parish, and has now kind of moved its way. It's now moving a little bit more east rather than northeast, but that whole line there has been a tornadic storm generally for the last 3 or 4 hours. So since it has such a long history of severe weather, it is something that you need to watch out for very, very closely there over northern parts of Vermilion Parish. So let's go ahead and continue to push this back into motion so we can get a look at what's going on. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Jeff Davis, Acadia, and Lafayette parishes. That is expected to expire at 6:30. So most likely we're going to see another severe thunderstorm warning issued that would probably cover parts of St. Landry and St. Martin parishes. Again, we're kind of wanting to see how far along this particular line of thunderstorms goes. If you live in the areas where you've already had the weather pass on by, drop me a line in the chat here. Kind of let me know what you're seeing if you can safely do so. Tell me what kind of weather you've seen, and please make sure you put your location and about the approximate time. Helps out as well. The more weather reports we have from the ground, the easier it is for the National Weather Service to put out these warnings as this line of thunderstorms goes on toward the east. But it still looks like a pretty intense line of thunderstorms coming on to the east. So that severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire in about 3 more minutes. We still have a tornado warning that's in effect there for northern Vermilion Parish for about another 15 minutes, and a severe thunderstorm warning that covers a large chunk of Vermilion Parish. That is in effect until 7 o'clock. So you folks over in Kaplan, Abbeville, Intracoastal City, Esther, Boston, and then down toward Cow Island, you need to be watching this line of thunderstorms as it moves off toward the east. The entire region, once again, is under a tornado watch. I think I've got that tornado watch here until 9 o'clock, although I think our western parishes are probably starting to get dropped out of this. I haven't kind of checked the Storm Prediction Center's website in a while, but I'll go ahead and take a look at the watch boxes there and see if anything's been dropped. Right now, it still looks like all of our parishes in Louisiana are still part of this severe thunderstorm warning. So even though the severe weather threat seems to be ending there over parts of Cameron, Calcasieu, much of Beauregard and Vernon, and even Avoyelles parishes, we're starting to see most of the severe weather kind of moving out of the way. You're still under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. Jeff Davis Parish, once this starts to clear Lake Arthur and Jennings, probably in the next 25 minutes or so, you are also going to be in the clear, and I think most of Cameron Parish will be in the clear here within the next maybe 20 minutes or so as everything starts to move into Vermilion Parish. If you live up in Evangeline Parish, the northwestern half of your parish is pretty much rain-free now. You're still getting some rain in Mamou that's going to last for probably another 5 minutes or so. In Ville Platte, you're probably going to still see some rain here for about another 10 to 15 minutes. Same goes for Eunice. Looks like things are starting to wind down there, but over toward Opelousas, you're going to be in the thick of the rain for probably another hour or so. Down toward Crowley and Church Point, you're in the thick of the heavy rain right now with some gusty winds to go along with it. That's going to be sticking around probably until about the 8 o'clock time period. And here in Lafayette, in the city of Lafayette, we're just kind of getting started on this line of thunderstorms coming in here at about 6:30. I think about 8 to 8:30 is probably when most of the rain will start to taper off, and we will see the severe weather threat dropping off. So if you live in St. Landry, Lafayette, Acadia, Vermilion, St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary, you are still under a severe weather threat, even though St. Landry, or rather St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary are not a part of the tornado watch. You could still see some severe weather coming in your direction in a short period of time. So as we approach 6:30, I'm kind of waiting to see if this severe thunderstorm watch is going to drop off or if they're going to extend it a little bit farther toward the east. But I can tell you, it looks like the cold front is starting to overtake the western part of this, and if that does overtake the squall line, then we're going to start to see some steady weakening of these thunderstorms as they continue to move off toward the east. But what an active day. It started very early this morning with the first couple of tornado warnings that were out for Rapides and over toward Beauregard parishes. That was before 8 o'clock this morning, and then they put out a tornado watch until 3, and then everything kind of calmed down for a while, and then the new tornado watch was extended until 9 o'clock, and that's what we're dealing with right now. Severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Acadia and Lafayette Parish has now been dropped. That expired at 6:30, so we're in good shape there. Still have a tornado warning out for parts of Vermilion Parish and a severe thunderstorm warning there too. So we'll just kind of focus on that particular area right now. Let's go ahead and bring up the velocity once again. And it looks like you still have some tornadic signatures, although it's going to get a little bit more difficult to see what we've got there because we're getting farther away from the radar itself. So the farther away from the radar, the harder it is to decipher whether or not you have a tornadic signature or not. So the tornado warning will remain in effect effect for another 15 minutes or so. So if you live along that LA 14 corridor there going west of Kaplan, you need to be taking cover right now as that storm is moving off toward the east. And it's moving at a pretty good clip too, at about 40 miles per hour. So it's not going to take long to get from Gaydon to Kaplan at 40 miles per hour. I would also beware Indian Bayou, Cosinod, Maurice, and even the south side of Lafayette. Watch out for this particular storm as it continues to move to the east. As I said, this one has been rotating and has had a history of tornadoes now for a number of hours, and there really doesn't seem to be we're not seeing a whole lot of weakening of this particular storm. So that tornado warning will remain in effect, and don't be surprised if we see another severe thunderstorm warning hoisted over parts of Lafayette, St. Martin, and maybe even the western part of Iberia Parish if this particular storm holds together. So let's look at the big picture once again, and we will put the radar in motion. I'm going to leave it on the radar here for just a second and let you guys watch what we've got going on. Don't forget, we still have that tornado watch that is in place, and we also still have that tornado warning that remains in place until 6:45 for northern parts of Vermilion and southern parts of Acadia Parish, generally along the Highway 14 corridor. So watch the radar here for just a second. Going to update social media real quick, and I'll be back with you in about 5 minutes or so. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today Severe Weather Stream. Thanks for watching, and please like this video. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker here at 6:38 on a Saturday night. The heavy rains are starting to come down here in the city of Lafayette as well. We still have a tornado warning that's in effect for another 5 or 6 minutes here over parts of northern Vermilion Parish, and that is right in here. And you can see that along the LA 14 corridor, that's where we're seeing the bulk of this severe weather. Now, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's over much of Vermilion Parish that's going to stay in effect until 7 o'clock. All of the other warnings have been dropped, but we are going to be seeing some very heavy rain and perhaps some gusty winds coming in here across portions of the city of Lafayette. Much of Acadia Parish is getting some very heavy rains. The usual areas that see the street flooding, that's going to be happening again this evening. So hopefully you don't have any place to go on this Saturday night. Newer thunderstorms, though, are starting to develop a little bit farther toward the east. Let's go ahead and take the Lake Charles radar. Look, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to include what I said earlier, St. Martin, Iberia, and parts of Lafayette Parish. And this is going to be in effect, looks like until a little after, 7:45 is where it's going to be. And this could possibly be bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So this storm is moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. So just a forward speed of 55 miles per hour can give you some pretty good damage when it comes to that heavy rain. So a severe thunderstorm warning is in place there. We'll see if we can get the aerial look and show you some different towns that are included within this severe thunderstorm warning. And let's go ahead and get this saved here real quick. And we'll get into the aerial versions of what we've got here. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning that continues there over parts of southern Acadia Parish, and a tornado warning there in the northern part of Vermilion Parish. And then we have this brand new severe thunderstorm warning that covers several parishes here. And there you go. It's looking at Maurice, Broussard, getting down into Cade, and New Iberia is also in with this severe thunderstorm warning that will be in effect until 7:45. So we got a little ways to go. So as I've been saying, even though St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary are not part of this tornado watch, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be seeing some severe weather. And remember, you guys are also in that more level 2 of the severe weather threat. So if you look at that there, you were kind of on the bottom end, and even the earlier severe thunderstorm warning that we had, or rather tornado watch that we had, you weren't really included in parts of that. But now Vermilion obviously is part of that severe thunderstorm, that tornado watch. But we've also got that severe weather that's now starting to push into portions of Iberia and into St. Martin Parish as well. So hopefully this is going to just bring some gusty winds and hopefully nothing damaging. But we are looking at that severe thunderstorm warning that will be in effect until 7 o'clock for a large part of Acadiana, including southern Lafayette, southern St. Martin, northern Iberia, and northern parts of Vermilion Parish. I'm going to go ahead and drop off for 1 second again, get this updated on social media. You guys can watch the radar for right now. I'll zoom it in on kind of where that severe thunderstorm warning is, but we're going to see some heavy downpours here in Lafayette and also Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Martin parishes here in the next hour and a half, and still a tornado warning in effect for about 3 more minutes there over the northern part of Vermilion Parish. That will be something that we need to watch. So if you live in Maurice or Broussard or over to around Milton, be on the lookout for that storm to head your way. It's had quite the history of severe weather. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes to do a couple of updates, and we'll talk more about the severe weather threat that we have here in Acadiana. All right, well, we're back here. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 6:45, looks like that tornado warning that was over parts of northern Vermilion Parish has gone ahead and expired. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for the eastern part here for about another 15 minutes or so. 7 o'clock is when that severe thunderstorm warning that's over central Vermilion Parish will go ahead and expire. Our new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect until 7:45. Hearing the thunder here in Lafayette, hearing the gusty winds that are outside as well. We're going to get some heavy downpours that are going to be coming across the hub city and much of the central part of Acadiana here. And that's eventually going to scoot its way over toward Parks and St. Martinville, Lauraville, New Iberia, Coteau Holmes, also, let's say, over toward Broussard. You're also in this particular situation as you get down toward the highways of LA 88 along that Highway 90 corridor. Right around Coteau, we're probably going to be seeing some of those heavier downpours coming along as well. Now, it does appear that the cold front is starting to overtake this squall line a little bit. So it's really started to choke out some of the thunderstorms in the northern section. So if you live in Rapides or Vernon or Beauregard or Allen or over toward Evangeline, Calcasieu, Jeff Davis, and most of Cameron Parish, you're in good shape now. You're going to see the severe weather threat dropping off here very, very quickly. If you live in St. Landry, you're still going to be dealing with the heavy rains here for about another 30 or 40 minutes. If you're in Lafayette Parish, we're just kind of getting started, and we're going to continue to see the heavy rain until probably about 8 or so. And in Vermilion Parish, you're getting into those heavy downpours as well, and that should start to exit off in the southeastern coast of Vermilion Parish, probably again around that 8 to 8:30 time period. For other areas, St. Martin, Iberia, St. Mary, you are going to continue with some of the strong thunderstorms moving on through, although the severity of these thunderstorms don't appear to be quite as big as what we were seeing earlier. And a lot of what's starting to spin up out of the Gulf of Mexico that's covering Iberia and St. Mary Parish could briefly have some gusty winds. But I really think that these have a much better chance of becoming bigger thunderstorms as they drift their way northeast of Baton Rouge, and particularly as they get over into the Florida parishes and perhaps over into southwestern portions of Mississippi. So there's kind of a bigger shot of what we're looking at here with those thunderstorms kind of cruising on along. But the cold front itself is kind of like right about in here now. So it's starting to kind of overtake the line of thunderstorms, which is good news because that should choke out some of the thunderstorms here over the next couple of hours. So that's probably why we're not seeing as many severe thunderstorm warnings now that are popping up over St. Landry or St. Martin parishes, because the bulk of the heavy stuff is now over the central part of Acadiana. And we're getting some good downpours here in Lafayette and some gusty winds as well. And a severe thunderstorm warning is going to remain in effect until 7:45 for us here in Lafayette, St. Martin, Vermilion, and Iberia. And then until 7 o'clock here for the central part of Vermilion Parish. But we're still getting some decent cloud-to-ground lightning. We're also getting some much heavier rains that are in these particular areas. And don't be surprised if you pick up maybe 2 or 3 inches of rain in this short period of time. So we could see some localized flooding. Of course, you know where the usual areas are that are prone to flooding. So we're going to be seeing that coming through here over the next hour or two, and then things will calm down as we head into the latter part of this evening. But a pretty significant severe weather event moving across the area over the course of the day today. There's the outline of the tornado watch that still remains in place. But most of our western parishes are now starting to get dropped out of that. And we still have that severe weather threat that's really high across a large part of Louisiana. Remember, I've been saying, even though the enhanced and the moderate risk, that level 3, level 4, is covering much of northern parts of Acadiana and getting into portions of Cenla, even level 2, you can get some really good thunderstorms to fire up. So that's something that's pretty interesting there as we're looking at those heavy rains that are now starting to move across the coastal parishes as well. And that is why I said don't let your guard down when it comes to this severe weather, even if you're not within that severe thunderstorm or tornado watch area. Severe thunderstorm warning continues to remain in effect for a large part of Vermilion Parish. That is going to be until 7 o'clock. And the other severe thunderstorm warning that we're seeing here that stretches from Lafayette eastward into Iberia and St. Martin Parish will be in effect until 7:45. That does include most of the city of Lafayette. It includes Broussard, Youngsville, Milton, Maurice, Scott, Dussault, St. Martinville, Parks, Lorville, New Iberia, and then over to around Delcombe and Erath, just to the north of you folks. You have that severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm going to step back again, take a little bit of a break, let the voice kind of recover here. Those are your 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that you have. I'll get those in rotation on the severe weather loop, and I'm going to get back with you right at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, and we'll continue the progression of this line of thunderstorms as it continues to move off toward the east. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Stream. I will be back in just a little bit. Please like this video when you can. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker here at the top of the hour. That severe thunderstorm warning that we had over western Vermilion Parish has expired, but a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued that covers parts of Vermilion as well as parts of Iberia Parish here until about 8 o'clock. And that includes the communities of Kaplan, Abbeville, Henry, Intracoastal City, and then eastward to around Avery Island and Lydia. So you want to watch out for this one, as winds will be gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and we could see some penny-sized hail there. Check out the radar. And again, the rain is coming down quite heavily. Most of our severe thunderstorm warnings now cover parts of Vermilion, Iberia, Lafayette, St. Martin, and the extreme western portion of St. Mary Parish. So that severe thunderstorm warning that we're seeing there over central Vermilion, this one right here, has just expired. So the new one is going to be kind of covering the rest of there, and that's going to be in effect for about another hour. It is moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour and will be in effect until 8 o'clock. So that's our new severe thunderstorm warning. It's pretty loud here in Lafayette right now. The wind speeds, at least where I live, have not been super strong, but there's a lot of heavy rain, and there's also quite a bit of thunder that's out there right now. So this is all going to continue to pass off toward the east. If you live in the western part of Acadia Parish, you're starting to see the tail end of this. Most of Evangeline is now out of the woods. And the panhandle of St. Landry Parish over there toward Eunice, you're pretty much done with all of the severe weather too. Same goes with Jeff Davis and most of Cameron, Calcasieu, Beauregard, Vernon, Rapides, and Avoyelles parishes. So we're going to concentrate on the heavier amounts of rain, and the possibility of severe weather is going to be here over Vermilion, Lafayette, St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary. So the last few parishes to go through this line of thunderstorms is going to be doing so here over the next couple of hours. Here in Lafayette, I think we're going to stick with the rain probably until at least 8 o'clock, probably until about 8:30. My wife just came in and said that it feels pretty cold outside. Well, it gets cold when the rain starts to fall like that, but we do have a cold front that's coming through too, and I am expecting temperatures to drop back into the 50s a little bit later on tonight, and tomorrow should be a fairly pleasant day with a lot of sunshine out there and temperatures topping out right around 70 degrees. The cold front is kind of overtaking this squall line right now, so I am expecting some additional weakening, but the big time severe weather has now moved into other parts of the country, into portions of Mississippi, where we're seeing that huge line of thunderstorms coming through. You can see that's a pretty powerful line, and there's a lot of tornado warnings that are out for that particular area. So it could have been a lot worse, at least here in Lafayette and much of the Acadiana region. We've had a number of tornado warnings that have been posted, including one that kind of developed out here over southeastern Texas and made its way all the way up to right about where we're looking at right here. That has had a history of some severe weather for about 3 hours or so. So a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning out here, a lot of heavy rain. You might be able to hear some of the thunder over my microphone here too. But the heavy rain is going to continue here in the hub city as well as down toward Abbeville, New Iberia. You're seeing some streamer showers ahead of the main line right now, but you're going to start to get into the action by about 7:30. Jeanerette, between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, you'll see some of the bigger storms. Franklin and Morgan City, you're going to see more of these kind of renegade thunderstorms that are developing out ahead of the squall line for at least another hour or so, and then you're going to start to pick up on some of the heavier downpours as this squall line continues to move to the east. But the more that cold front comes in and tries to overtake this initial squall line, the weaker the thunderstorms will be, and the lesser of a chance that we're going to be seeing any additional severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings going up here over the next couple of hours. So I really think most of the action is going to really start to wind down as we get into that 9 o'clock time period, which is about the time that the tornado watch is going to be expiring for our particular region. So those heavy downpours are going to continue to move to the east. Don't be surprised if you pick up a quick 2 or 3 inches of rain, because these downpours are really going to come down for a while. And then once it starts to slide off to the east, we'll see the rains weakening. If you live over in Jennings and Welsh right now, you're already starting starting to see the drier conditions. The same with Basile and Oakdale and Oberlin. And then even to the north into Avoyelles Parish, we're now starting to see most of the rain kind of winding down as the cold front tends to overtake this squall line. So we should be in much better shape. But the traveling is not going to be great here in Lafayette, St. Martin, southern parts of St. Landry, Vermilion, and Iberia parishes here for the next several hours. So again, try to stay inside just to kind of enjoy the thunder and the lightning, and hopefully we won't have any additional severe weather, but still a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings are posted for parts of Iberia, St. Mary, Lafayette, St. Martin, and into Vermilion parishes. Again, going to step back, going to update this newest severe thunderstorm warning on social media, get it updated on the crawl as well, and we'll come back and do some more play-by-play in just a little bit. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. This is Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Live Stream. Well, hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker just after 7 o'clock on this Saturday evening. Very loud here in Lafayette right now with the heavy downpours coming through much of Lafayette Parish, at least the south side of Lafayette Parish. South side of Lafayette over toward Broussard and Youngsville under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. And we've also got a new severe thunderstorm warning that covers the eastern part of Vermilion and the western part of Iberia Parish until 8 o'clock. We've got a lot of heavy rain that's coming down and a lot of lightning and thunder to go along with it here in Lafayette. We're experiencing the main part of the storm right now as it pushes on through, but it's very heavy getting down toward Maurice and Kaplan and even into the central part of Vermilion Parish. Now remember, Iberia, St. Mary, and St. Martin are not part of the tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock, but we are going to still experience some severe weather in those portions of the region. But there's a lot of lightning and thunder. Cold front seems to be overtaking much of the squall line, so hopefully that's going to kind of squash out any of our severe weather that we've got. So I'm hoping that these are the last two severe thunderstorm warnings that we have to deal with, but we might see another one popping up for St. Mary and Iberia before all is said and done, with some gusty winds and perhaps some small hail. Most of what we're seeing right now, fortunately we're not seeing any more tornado warnings, but most of what we've seen so far has been heavy rain, some pea-sized, maybe penny-sized hail, and also some winds gusting as high as 60 miles per hour, which of course can do some damage. So this line of thunderstorms is going to continue to pass on through, and it should cruise through the remainder of Vermilion Parish here probably before 8 or 8:30. Lafayette, I think we're going to be pretty much done with the rain by 8 o'clock, and into St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary between 8 and 10 is when we're going to see the bulk of the rain passing on through. Let's go through a couple of different towns here. Gainesville, you're coming to an end on some of that rain. Hopefully we didn't have any damage from that tornado warning storm earlier along the LA 14 corridor. Heavy rain coming down in Kaplan, just getting started now over toward Abbeville, Delcambre, and Erath. You're getting into some of the heavier rains. It's been pouring here for the last half hour now here in Lafayette, and I know it's raining hard down in Youngsville and Broussard and Maurice as well. Over into St. Martin Parish, if you're going to be trying to travel along the I-10, especially going over toward the Basin Bridge, it is going to be a rough go as you head over toward Baton Rouge, and also U.S. Highway 190 going east out of Opelousas is going to be pretty rough until you get across, as you go across the Atchafalaya River. If you go westbound from Opelousas, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Down to the south, New Iberia, you've had some streamer showers kind of pass on by, a few areas of thunder as well. But the main line of thunderstorms is still just to your west. It's there around Coteau and now approaching Erath and Delcambre. So Avery Island, New Iberia, over toward Lydia and then down toward the Point. You are going to be seeing these heavy rains probably coming down in that 7:30 to 8:30 time period. Jeanerette, you've got some streamer showers there. The same goes with Sharonton, Baldwin, and Franklin. Some heavy downpours associated with some of those streamer showers ahead of the main line. But down toward Morgan City and Patterson, you're seeing a couple of these scattered showers that are out here too. But the main line of the heavy rain has still yet to work its way in your direction. So let's go back here and look at the line of thunderstorms, and it is starting to make much better progress off toward the east, but you've got some heavy rain there south of Kaplan on the 35 where it meets the LA 82 down there as you get over to around Forked Island there around the Intracoastal Waterway. You've got some very heavy rain there. I wouldn't be surprised if you've got some small hail that's coming down there as well, and maybe even a little bit of small hail over toward Maurice. So if you are having some, if you do have some weather observations, let me know in the chat there of what you're seeing out there, not just the thunder and lightning, but if you're getting some hail or if you've had some winds that you think they're in excess of 60 miles per hour, please let me know in the chats. Let me know what time it happened and where it happened, and then I can try to relay that to the National Weather Service, or you can copy it and relay it to the National Weather Service office in Lake Charles by going to their Facebook page. They appreciate that. I appreciate that. And the more information we have from folks on the ground, the better it is, the better idea we have of what's happening in these particular thunderstorms, and the easier it is to produce severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings without having to go overboard with having everybody under these severe thunderstorm warnings if they may not need to. So if you've got some weather information or if you've got some damage reports, please send those over to the National Weather Service, and if you feel like it, you can throw it into the live chat that we've got there at the bottom of your screen. This is Acadiana weather. Today's severe weather stream. We've been watching this going on since early this morning. This stream has been going for about 8.5 hours now. We popped it up early this morning when we had 2 tornado warnings before 8 o'clock. One was over Beauregard Parish and one was over Rapides. And then the Storm Prediction Center put a tornado watch out for the entire region. And then we kind of went kaput on any development. Everything kind of stayed out to the west. So as the squall line started to move eastward, Storm Prediction Center went ahead and extended the tornado watch until 7 o'clock, or till 9 o'clock, which was probably a good move because we've had a considerable amount of severe weather move across the region over the course of the afternoon and evening. And we have had a number of tornado warnings and still waiting to see if we've actually had real tornadoes actually touching the ground. There were some tornadoes associated with the storm that came out of southeast Texas and moved into the western part of Cameron Parish earlier this evening. That had a history of an actual tornado, a tornado that was spotted, that was on the ground. We were actually getting debris signatures on the Doppler radar from it several hours ago. So it's going to be interesting to see when the meteorologists from the National Weather Service go out and do some of the damage reports to see if we indeed had a tornado and how strong that tornado would have been. Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. We're in good shape. We do still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there. One that goes until 7:30 and one that goes until 7:45. The one that stretches there south side of Lafayette over to St. Martin and Iberia Parish is until 7:45 or 7:30, and the one that's, or rather 7:45, and the one that covers southern parts of Vermilion Parish and the western part of Iberia is in effect until 8 o'clock. So we've got about 45 minutes to an hour before these couple of severe thunderstorm warnings expire, and we'll have to see if they extend those over into St. Mary Parish a little bit later on. But as the cold front kind of catches up with the squall line, hopefully it's going to choke out some of these thunderstorms and we won't have to worry about any more severe weather for the rest of the evening. Temperatures have turned a bit colder back to the west behind this frontal boundary. With this cold front coming on in, it's not really going to be a big cold front like you expect to see during the winter months, but it is going to at least drop the dew points and make it feel a lot more comfortable here in Acadiana as we get into Sunday. In fact, we're expecting temperatures to only reach the low 70s, maybe upper 60s, and most of the temperatures behind the front have dropped into the upper 50s, and I think that's where we're going to hold for the remainder of the night. As you get down into parts of Iberia Parish and down toward Jeanerette, you're still running in the 70s going all the way down to Morgan City, but we've dropped into the upper 50s to around 60 now in New Iberia and Delcombe. We're in the upper 50s now here in Lafayette, and the remainder of Acadiana has also dropped back into the upper 50s thanks to the frontal boundary pushing through and some slightly cooler air that's going to be coming in. So as we watch the thunderstorms continue to come in, hopefully some of this colder air will choke out some of these thunderstorms, and eventually we'll see these severe thunderstorm warnings expiring as the whole system continues to move off toward the east. A tornado watch, though, does remain in effect for at least Lafayette and Vermilion parishes, which I think are still under the gun when it comes to most of the severe weather. But that tornado watch is going to go ahead and expire as we get into the 9 o'clock time period. But look at what we saw earlier today with the severe weather outlook. Oh, and it just updated at this very moment. So going into tomorrow morning, the severe weather threat really starts to drop off here in Lafayette and much of the Acadiana area, and then overnight going through tomorrow, you can see the severe weather threat is shifting more over toward Mississippi. So taking a look at that tornado watch real quick, that's still out until 9 o'clock. It covers a large part of Acadiana, although our western parishes are now starting to get dropped from this particular severe thunderstorm watch, and we'll be in much better shape there as we go through the next several hours. In fact, the tornado watch has been dropped for Avoyelles, Rapides, Vernon, Allen, Beauregard, Calcasieu parishes. All of those parishes have now been dropped
from the tornado watch. So we're in good shape there, and we're going to see improving conditions throughout the remainder of the evening. So don't have an updated map, but those, according to the Storm Prediction Center, are the parishes that are now not under a tornado watch. So we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching here, one until 7:45 and one until 8 o'clock. Heavy downpours are going to continue to move off toward the southeast into St. Martin and Iberia parishes, and there's going to be a lot of thunder to go along with it too. But if the cold front can kind of undercut this squall line of thunderstorms, hopefully we will see these starting to dissipate, and maybe you folks in Iberia and St. Mary Parish won't quite have the experience that the rest of Acadiana has had over the course of the day. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'm going to step back here for just a second, leave the live stream on as these thunderstorms move off to the east. I'm going to join you again here at the bottom of the hour, or if any other new severe thunderstorm warnings pop up. Again, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. This is the Severe Weather Channel on Acadiana Weather Today. Thanks for watching, and please give me a like. All right, back with you here on this Saturday night. Coming up on 7:30 at the bottom of the hour, we still have a significant line of thunderstorms that continues to move eastward across the region. As you can see, we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. One that includes southern Lafayette, northern Vermilion, southern St. Martin, and much of northern Iberia parishes. That will be in effect until 7:45. And then we've also got another severe thunderstorm warning that covers a large part of Vermilion Parish and the extreme southwestern portion of Iberia Parish until 8 o'clock. These thunderstorms have been rocking some lightning and thunder and also some very heavy rain. We've had some reports of some small hail over many areas of Acadiana through the evening. We've had numerous tornado warnings over the course of the region. And now we're starting to see the tail end of this starting to stream on through. I will let you know that the tornado watch has been dropped for Avoyelles, Rapides, Vernon, Beauregard, Allen, Calcasieu, and Cameron parishes. All of those have seen the tornado watch that was expected to expire at 9 o'clock. You guys are in the clear right now, so we're not going to expect any more severe weather for you folks out in the west. Therefore, you've been dropped from the tornado watch. Tornado watch remains in effect, though, for Lafayette, Vermilion, and Acadia Parish, where we're seeing some of the rain. It is still in effect in Jeff Davis, but as you can see, Jeff Davis, Evangeline, and Allen parishes are all kind of in the clear right now when it comes to the rain, and I do not expect any new development of thunderstorms in your area. The worst of the weather is now going to start to push across the Atchafalaya Basin, and most of St. Landry Parish is going to be in the clear of the rain here, probably by the time we reach 8 o'clock. Here in Lafayette, I think most of the rain will start to taper off at the latest 8:30. And in Vermilion Parish, you're already starting to see the rain taper off in the western half of the parish. But I would say 8:30 to 9 o'clock, you'll be in much better shape. Now, St. Martin and Iberia parishes, you're going to be still seeing the very heavy rains coming down. Hopefully, we won't have as much of the severe weather threat as the line continues to move on by, but you still could see some small hail and possibly some winds getting as close to 60 miles per hour, which can cause some damage. Right now in St. Mary Parish, you're starting to see some of the streamer showers that are developing ahead of the main line, but a cold front is sweeping through too, and if that cold front can move a little bit faster, it might be able to choke out some of that line that you're seeing there over Vermilion Parish, and perhaps we would see some weakening before it reached you folks down in the far southeastern part of Acadiana. If you live over toward Baton Rouge and St. Francisville and the Florida parishes, it's going to be a rough night here going for the next several hours as the instability is quite extreme. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of more tornado warnings to go up north of Lake Pontchartrain, or maybe even there across the I-10 corridor east of Baton Rouge over toward Gonzales and Sorrento, and down into around Dutchtown. We're seeing some pretty heavy rains that are coming down. At this point, you're under severe thunderstorm warnings there a little bit farther off toward the east. So if you live in some of those parishes a little bit farther to the east, you are going to be having some issues coming up over the next couple of hours. So if you live over in Iberville Parish, Ascension, Assumption, St. James, Livingston, and East Baton Rouge parishes, and then up into St. Helena, Tangipahoa, Washington, and St. Tammany parishes, you're going to have some problems out there. St. James, St. John, St. Charles, Lafourche, you will also have some severe weather to deal with here over the next couple of hours. But you can see a number of those parishes are currently under severe thunderstorm warnings. And it looks like Washington Parish there, that extreme northeastern parish there in the toe of the boot heel there, of the boot. There's where Bogalusa is. That's Washington Parish. That is under a tornado warning right now. And I think the tornadic activity is now going to shift more into Mississippi and Alabama over the next couple of hours. Again, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a closer view and stop the radar here to kind of pinpoint where the heaviest amounts of rain is. Starting to taper off now here in Lafayette. You can kind of see the back edge of this rain is right about in there. So Scott and Doosan, Rain, Karen Crow, and Kankton, you're starting to lighten up on the rains here, but it's still pretty heavy in Maurice and Youngsville, Broussard, St. Martinville, and then getting down into New Iberia, Delcombe, Erath, and Abbeville, we're still seeing some very heavy rain. So along 167, Highway 90, LA 31, 1 and LA 14. It's going to be a big problem here for the next couple of hours, and also 35 that runs south out of Kaplan, and then it turns into 82 once you get south of Forked Island, pushing down toward the coastal highway. You still got some rough stuff. Intracoastal City, you're going to be dealing with some heavy rains here in the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Esther and Cow Island, Perry, you're also getting some very heavy rain, and that's going to move over to around Avery Island and into Lydia. You're getting some pretty heavy stuff right now. Sycamore Point, you're right on the edge. You're probably seeing a pretty good lightning show from your vantage point if you're looking off toward the northwest and to the west. That's going to be screaming its way across Vermilion Bay, and you're going to get some really gusty winds, perhaps some small hail, and some very heavy rains that will approach the point here probably about the 8 o'clock time period. And down toward the freshwater locks there down to the south, you're starting to get into the action right now, and that will go ahead and push offshore sometime before the 8 o'clock time period. Over into Iberia and into St. Martin Parish, we're going to see some pretty heavy rains continuing here. It's been pretty rough there in the northern part of St. Martin Parish with some heavy downpours and a lot of lightning. Traveling is not recommended along the interstate, especially over the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge heading over toward Baton Rouge. Even though it doesn't look so bad there from Gross Ted over to Baton Rouge, if you look down to the south of Plaquemine and getting into parts of Ascension and Assumption parishes, that is all going to be lifting northward. So the capital city